Citron responsible. Oh,
We're missing a few people this morning.
Okay, go right ahead, Representative Pearson.
As chairman of the House Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee, a state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Some committee members are participating in this meeting from the Legislative Office Building. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the House Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee. It may be followed by an executive session. Please note that there are no physical locations for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access contemporaneously to listen, and if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House Rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has difficulty accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or else email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public as a whole is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that is on the meeting assisting us today, including Christina Dyer. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We will start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance, and when each member states his or her presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting. This is required under the right to know law. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Representative Marsh?
I'm present and I'm in my home office in Brookfield and I'm currently alone.
Representative McMahon, can you put your video on, please?
Does it work now?
Okay. No. I'll come back to you, okay?
Well, no, that should come on. Okay, here it goes. There it is.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm not present in my office in Windham and I'm alone.
Okay, thank you. Representative Nelson. Representative Nelson. Representative Acton.
Good morning. I am here and I'm in my kitchen with my 9-year-old daughter on school vacation running around the house here. I'm on my headphones.
Representative Gay.
Present.
Oh, there you are. You are in the house. Okay. Representative Cushman.
Present.
Thank you. Representative Folsom, home and will about to be alone. Representative Kelsey.
I'm here at my house in Bedford and I'm alone. Otherwise, I have my 2 dogs though.
Representative King.
I'm here at the LOB.
Thank you. Representative Kofal.
I am here in my home office in Wilton, and I am alone in this room, but there are other people in the house.
Representative Weber. Representative Weber.
She told me that she has to testify on a few things, but we will be joining us eventually.
Thank you. Representative McKay.
I'm here in Concord down the street, and I'm alone in the office.
Representative Snow. Representative Snow. Representative Knirk.
I am here in my home study in Freedom, and my wife is in some other part of the house for a while, then she's going to be going to work.
Representative Soloway.
Muted, Jeff.
Unmuted.
Good morning, Representative Folsom. At the moment, I am at home in my office alone. However, I will be mobile through the day. I expect to be in continuing contact via audio, except for a brief interlude where I will not be available.
Thank you. Representative Cannon.
I'm here in my home in Somersworth, New Hampshire, alone.
Thank you. Representative Nutter Upham.
I'm here in Nashua in the living room alone, family members in the house elsewhere.
Representative Shapiro.
Present. I am in my home office in Keene with my wife is in the house.
Representative Woods.
Present. I'm in Bow in my home. I'm in my study by myself, but my wife is elsewhere in the house.
Representative Merchant.
Here, I'm in Claremont in my home office and I'm alone.
Representative Pearson.
I am present and I am with some colleagues in the LOB.
Representative Pearson, Representative Nelson checking in. I'm at my home in Brookfield.
Okay, thank you.
Now, before we start the first hearing, it's one of those dilemmas of life as we know it, that sometimes is a clash between two very enjoyable things that are going on simultaneously. The question is, how do we solve it? Well, I like to look for third options. Therefore, we will be adjourning this afternoon no later than 3:15 because I don't want to have attendance at this committee clash with attendance of some of you at your party caucus. Why should you be deprived of one fun thing for another? So we'll try to adjourn at 3:15. And thank you, Representative Knirk, for the heads up on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can we pull this back a little so I can see?
I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 89, adding qualifying medical conditions to the therapeutic use of the cannabis law. And I will call on Representative Vale, who is the prime sponsor.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am here before you to ask you to support House Bill 89, an act that adds moderate to severe insomnia to the qualifying conditions for the state of New Hampshire's therapeutic cannabis program. This bill was filed last year, but never made it to the Senate due to the state of emergency. I believe it was tabled. New Hampshire's system to provide cannabis for medical use was signed into law in 2013. The intent of the therapeutic cannabis program is to help people with chronic and terminal and debilitating illnesses. This system of alternative care is one of the strictest programs in the nation, with its enclosed, self-funded, and self-sourcing dispensaries, also known as alternative treatment centers, that enclosed provide safety, consistency, and product integrity. The program has successfully allowed thousands of New Hampshire residents to gain control of their symptoms of chronic illnesses and to provide comfort for those who are unable to eat and in terminal illness. As a result of treatment of severe symptoms that bring one into the program, TCP patients consistently report they experience improvement in sleep, which in turn allows homeostasis in the body. The bodies have receptors for the elements of cannabis, and there is a vast endocannabinoid system that is responsible for regulating bodily systems. How does it help so many different and distinct symptoms? I'll allow the experts to take that explanation further. Modern Moderate to severe insomnia is related to mental illness, anxiety, agitation, depression, and increased prevalence of nightmares. It causes moderate to severe physical stress on every system in the body and exacerbates chronic illness. The presence of insomnia is broad and widespread, occurring in 10 to 30% of the population, according to the National Institute of Health. I believe that right now we can safely assume there are more cases of moderate to severe insomnia than ever due to the stress of the pandemic, the state of emergency, and the profound effect of massive loss of life, loss of income, and increased uncertainty about what is ahead. Insomnia is very difficult to treat medicinally due to the manners in which pharmaceutical compounds impact the rest of the body. Sleep medicine can be habit forming and cause side effects such as tolerance and excessive dryness caused by over-the-counter sleep aids. Prescription sleep aids can also cause addiction, sleepwalking, sleep driving, and patients are often cautioned that when they're treating their insomnia, they must not drive the next day. These medications and older compounds are almost unilaterally addictive. Cannabis comes in many forms that have no lingering sedative effects. And when CBD, a cannabinoid, is isolated from THC, there is no psychoactive component in the product. There are many choices for consuming the product and many combinations of compounds to explore to getting better sleep. A patient of the TCP can find the best product by working with the dispensary staff to find what works best for them. Those who consider nightmares to be an essential part of their problem have been able to find appropriate dosages of THC, which also combats additional symptoms of PTSD. Those who can fall asleep earlier, stay asleep longer, and decrease in waking up early achieve a better quality of life. In summary, we have a closed system to offer alternative treatment where all products are controlled, tested, measured, dosed, and packed into tamper-proof containers. These compounds are available in many forms in order to address an individual's experience and how they want to be able to ingest their medicine. The taming of the insomnia will really limit the incidence of chronic illness and the loss of quality of life that happens once people get very sick from being unable to sleep. The level of purity and integrity cannot be found in the natural environment where people are forced to treat symptoms of insomnia with products of unknown origin that bear the label of a known component, CBD. This risk is taken routinely by New Hampshire people because they want to sleep. Treating moderate to severe insomnia before it gets that far is key here. Thank you for listening to my comments in support of the bill. I do want to point out that there is a fiscal note included in the bill that shows an indeterminable increase in revenue due to increase in applications to the therapeutic cannabis program. With that, I will take any questions. But there will be expert testimony this morning and technical questions that may be better answered by others who came to speak. I do want to mention about the last year's bill that it was approved by the municipal board, and that bill unfortunately died when it was tabled in the Senate, probably due to the COVID crisis. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the committee. Please support this bill as it is today with a motion of ought to pass. And please consider anything that's to come forth as I wrap up my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vale. And since Representative Knurk from our own committee serves on the board and is probably one of the ones you're referring to who will bring additional expert information, I'm going to call on him next and then give the committee a chance to question either you or Representative Knurk or both. So Representative Knurk, you're up next.
Thank you.
And there we are. All right, y'all can hear me okay? Okay. Yes, for the record, I'm Jerry Knurk, representing Carroll County, District 3, and I also serve as the chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. The Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, also known as TCMOB, is composed of the Chief Medical Officer of DHHS, a qualifying patient representative, a clinical representative from an ATC, and 10 medical providers from various fields. We are charged with the task of advising the therapeutic cannabis program on medical issues, including qualifying conditions. As Representative Fail already noted, last year, this bill came forward. It was part of HB 461. And this, the TCMOB devoted a great deal of time to considering that condition and some other conditions that were part of that bill. And yes, it got to the House and then just died a COVID death. Now, the process of evaluating this condition included a public hearing, review of the literature regarding therapeutic cannabis use and insomnia, and a thorough discussion. TCMOB was very diligent using their personal experience, exhaustive literature reviews, and testimonials from patients to make their recommendation. For those of you who are new to the therapeutic cannabis program or new to this committee, because we cover their bills, the bills that have to do with them, qualifying conditions are in RSA 126X. They're the conditions for which a patient may be qualified to be certified to use therapeutic cannabis in New Hampshire. And the qualifying conditions include 3 standalone conditions or the combination of a qualifying diagnosis with an associated qualifying symptom. TCMOB voted 9-1 to recommend the addition of moderate to severe insomnia as a qualifying symptom. And I'm just going to give you very brief information. I did email to everybody our full report that we processed in the end of 2019, because this had been a retained bill from 19. And that goes into a lot more detail. I'm just going to give the high points here because that's a big report. But the majority of studies suggest that use of THC and THC derivatives alone or in combination with CBD may improve self-reported sleep quality, may decrease sleep disturbances, and decrease sleep onset latency. That's the amount of time it takes you while you sit and toss and turn and count sheep while you're trying to go to sleep. And studies are limited in reaching conclusions, but overall point to more beneficial effects than deleterious. Now, Representative Vail already pointed out some very important issues, and that is that our current pharmacological treatments for insomnia or primary sleep disorders are not great. They're limited by side effects. They cause, there's addiction liability. The benefits of some of these prescription sleep medications are really sometimes rather minimal. They're approved by the FDA, but one of them, for example, only allows you to fall asleep as an average 6 minutes earlier and only adds a total of 16 minutes of total sleep on average. That's not a lot of gain. And these minimal improvements often come with increased risk the next day of drowsiness, confusion, increased traffic accidents, hallucinations, and sleep paralysis. Now, that isn't to imply that cannabinoids are perfectly risk-free, because they are not. They are also associated with adverse effects such as dizziness, cognitive impairment, also increased risk of motor vehicle accidents, psychosis, dependence, depression, and anxiety. So they also do need to be used with caution. Just because they're natural doesn't mean they're risk-free. The point is, too, that some of the medications, current, regular, approved pharmacologic medications we have to treat insomnia, can affect the sleep architecture. That's your as you cycle through the various stages. And one study demonstrated that cannabinoid preparations may have fewer effects on sleep architecture than the traditional medications. The particular preparation and dosing of cannabinoids may be an important factor, and more research is actually needed into that. Bottom line, though, always to remember that improving sleep habits and behavioral therapy should be the first line treatments, and that works for almost everybody. But TCMOB does feel that therapeutic cannabis can be a reasonable alternative when those do not suffice. I'm going to pivot for a moment, though, too, because you may have wondered how come I sent off this amendment to this bill. It's not because I thought this bill had a problem. It is because TCMOB has also wanted to approve adding autism spectrum disorder as a standalone condition. And I've sent you that amendment, and I've gotten the permission of the sponsor of this bill for us to consider that. This is a result of work that TCMOB did last year evaluating SB 700 that aimed to add ASD as ASD, autism spectrum disorder, as a qualifying condition, but it also died a COVID death. And we were rather surprised when we found out that Senator Reagan did not file it again. And the board agreed it would be reasonable for us to offer it as an amendment to HB 89 and also 605, which we hear later. we had agreed and voted 9-0 to add ASD as a standalone qualifying condition. Again, the process was lengthy with a public hearing, review of the literature, and a thorough discussion. There are studies underway looking specifically at the use of therapeutic cannabis in ASD, but strong evidence is lacking, as there is for almost everything in therapeutic cannabis. And actually, for those of you who aren't aware of it, sometimes strong evidence is lacking in some of our standard pharmacological interventions as well. The testimony at the hearing and written testimony provided compelling anecdotal evidence for the usefulness in treating agitation seen in individuals with ASD and the desperation of parents and caregivers with such behavior. Now, as one person said that was quite eloquent, it is one thing when you have a 9-year-old with autism having a little hissy fit on the floor in the grocery store. It's another thing when they're 25. So that can be a really important thing. And this particular person found that a very minimal 5 milligrams of THC a day really calmed him down. He was able to function and even became, I think if I remember right, mildly verbal, which he had not been. Not a miracle drug, that's not the issue, but it really worked well for him, and other meds didn't work well. We did have some patients who had a negative outcome, so it does require some close monitoring. We do know particularly that there are deleterious effects of cannabis on the developing brain, and that makes the use of therapeutic cannabis in young patients really concerning. So given those considerations, we recommended the addition of autism spectrum disorder as a standalone for those over 21, but with rather severe specific safeguards for those under 21. We voted to add the requirement of an evaluation of a provider or child or adolescent psychiatry or pediatric neurology who confirms that the ASD has not responded to previously prescribed medications or that other treatment options produced serious side effects, and they support certification for the use of the therapeutic cannabis. So as chair of the board and their legislative liaison, and with the concurrence of DHH staff, I brought forth this amendment. Now, there's one slight substantive difference over what we actually voted on. When we processed this later, we realized we could add developmental pediatricians as a provider specialist who can provide the required consultation for those under 21. And we did that to improve provider access, given the paucity of the other two types of providers in our state. So all three of those are people who can serve as that second opinion, if you will, that this indeed is reasonable. So in summary, the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board has strongly agreed and recommended the underlying portion of this bill, which is for moderate to severe insomnia, and would like us to also consider adding autism spectrum disorder as an amendment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Before we go any further, my cataract-free eyes seem to detect Representative Snow on the screen. Are you with us in the meeting?
I am here. Am I unmuted?
Yes. Well done.
Thank you. This is Representative Snow. I'm in my apartment in Manchester, and my wife is present elsewhere in the apartment. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Sorry to have held up.
Representative Weber, only for the purpose of introducing yourself at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am Representative Lucy Weber. I am at my home in Concord. I have a friend staying who may be in and out, but she's not presently in the room and is not going to spend any great deal of time in the room with me.
Thank you, Representative. I have a clarification question for Representative Knirk. Actually, I have two. I just sent up to House Committee Services because I do not have a copy of 0437H, which is probably because I lost it, but they're going to get me a new one. But they say that they do not have a fiscal note upstairs. And I believe you said there is one? Is there one?
He's not.
Check with Representative Vail. Yes, there is a fiscal note on the bill.
Well, I don't see it anywhere.
Not on the amendment, but on the bill. HB 89, it's the last page.
Okay, they said upstairs they didn't see it, but if everybody else has it, I'll peek over somebody's shoulder. And the second clarifying question is, I believe you said that there would be added a developmental pediatrician. Is that to be added in the amendment or a new amendment, or how?
No, that is already in the new one. I was just noting that the actual official board in the minutes of TCMOB did not report out the developmental pediatrician because we realized that after we'd had the vote and we did not have time to go back. We had to get this turned around out to the Senate under a deadline, and we didn't meet for another month. So we just took the liberty of adding that because it was the same type of person. It is already in the amendment that I have submitted. So the amendment is clean as it stands.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions from the committee for either Representatives Vale or Knurk. Am I missing a hand somewhere? I do see one in the upper left-hand corner. Yep, that's the hand, and the chair recognizes that hand. And I'm going to guess it's Representative Shapiro?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question probably related to my ignorance about the original bill and program for therapeutic cannabis. As you said in your testimony, Representative Knurk, there's mention of standalone conditions or qualifying diagnoses or qualifying symptoms. So for example, let's use insomnia. Which category is that in? Is it a standalone condition? Is it a qualifying symptom? What if it's the only symptom without a qualifying condition? Can you explain how that works?
Yes, yes, thank you very much. It is what this bill does is put it in as one of the qualifying symptoms. And the difficulty here is that we, as a board, had some concerns about it just being used willy-nilly for the primary problem of poor sleep, because again, it is probably better that you would use cognitive therapy, behavioral therapy, and other types of maneuvers to try to treat insomnia first. But there is a very interesting catch-all that exists. I don't have the statute open in front of me right now, but there is a phraseology in the conditions which says, or some other condition which results in the following symptom. It really is kind of a loophole that allows somebody to sort of write for a pure symptom. I can pull that up, but it'll take me just a moment to get that. It's in 126X. But does that answer your question reasonably well? This bill adds it as a symptom, and we thought probably not to have it as a standalone.
Yes, it clarifies that it's not really that clear, and so there's discretion in terms of the person who is going to make the decision about it being a qualifying condition.
Yes, and I've finally got it up. The phraseology is, and after the laundry list of qualifying diagnoses, the last phrase is, or one or more injuries or conditions that has resulted in one or more qualifying symptoms under subparagraph 2. It's kind of a large loophole. It kind of means that you really don't probably have to have any of those conditions. So you could, a person could have just, for example, anxiety, not anxiety, but some other kind of mental health problem that gives them insomnia, and the practitioner may go, yeah, I think that's a reasonable option. So there are some interesting loopholes in the way the law is written.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the committee with a question? I don't see a hand up, and I don't have a text from my wingman indicating, so wish to thank Representatives Vale and Knurk for your testimony. The chair calls Heather Stockwell, a lobbyist with Rights and Democracy, New Hampshire. She is in support, and she says she's going to testify for 3 minutes.
Hi, I don't know if I'll use up a full 3 minutes. Just wanted to try to be realistic. Today, I appreciate everyone that's spoken and asked questions about this bill. My husband is someone who provided testimony on the last go round of this bill and suffers from autistic spectrum disorder. And I'm here today really for him. because in the last year, I personally have suffered from insomnia and did try some THC to remedy that, and I woke up feeling more refreshed than I had been in a very long time, because I hadn't woken up over and over again throughout the night. So there's just a little personal attachment, but I also really feel that this is a pretty small step in cannabis legalization. As someone mentioned earlier, there are safety measures taken for developing the products that are in these stores, and my feeling is that with the continued adding of conditions, that there will be more and more options. So for instance, someone that prefers less THC or more CBD or none at all, there will be more and more options to find the right thing that works for you, or between you and your doctor. I do feel that one of the reasons I'm here today too is just for personal rights. I think this is something that has been used as in medicinal ways for centuries, actually, certainly through my lifetime, and that these people have been punished throughout my lifetime, and we've seen them be oppressed because of the use of these drugs instead of so-called prescription drugs, which someone also here testified today that those prescription drugs often have side effects that aren't beneficial the next day, and even can cause a person not to be able to drive or continue working, or whatever they need to do. So I'm also coming at this from a recovery perspective. In my line of work, the overdose crisis is a really big piece of what I'm working on. And the stories that I've heard from folks in recovery is that this is also in the right amounts and the right dosages, a really beneficial thing for them. So I would encourage you to continue this research and support this bill. For the many people who are suffering currently and who have suffered in the past. Thanks so much. I will take questions if anyone has any.
I see no questions. Thank you for your testimony. The chair now recognizes the the last person who signed up to speak, at least by 30 this morning, David Cyrek, and he is representing himself as a member of the public, and he wishes to speak for 2 minutes.
I'm having difficulty finding him in the attendees list. Can he raise his hand? There's a number of phone numbers only in the list.
When you asked, it looked like the phone number raised a hand, so maybe we can give that a shot.
Okay, let's see here.
Hello, this is Dr. David Sarek. How are you?
Yes, Dr. Cyrek, we hear you well. Thank you for your testimony.
It looks confused with my phone. I apologize. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, just so you know, my name is Dr. David Sarek. I'm medical director for Sanctuary ATC. We operate medical cannabis dispensaries in both Plymouth and Conway. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. Sanctuary ATC is, we are in strong support of House Bill 89. As medical director over the last 5 years, I have consulted with, say, thousands of patients and have heard directly from them or from our staff that patients often report this in terms of insomnia, report a more solid and restful night's sleep when they medicate at night with cannabis, particularly an indica strain, which tends to be more sedating and conducive to sleep. And just as cannabis has helped thousands of our patients with chronic pain issues, I'd say just as many report to us on the positive sleep benefits that therapeutic cannabis gives them. And although, you know, what I'm talking about may be anecdotal evidence, these patients reporting to us or coming back to us, I mean, obviously they're not lying. This really helps them with sleep at night. Many patients report that instead of getting 2 to 3 hours of sleep per night. Many are sleeping now 6 to 8 hours of sleep tonight. And many of them now are much more functional the next day, which helps them with their work and also with their family issues. And as mentioned before, I believe Representative Vail mentioned the endocannabinoid system, which is the scientific basis of how cannabis works in our body. What cannabis does is help suppress REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep, which is when we dream, but instead it puts us into a more deep level sleep, which actually is more therapeutic and lets the body heal. Okay, so that's kind of the science of how the plant works in our body in terms of helping patients sleep better, in terms of the endocannabinoid system, our own internal system that's was genetically inbred in us. So let's go back and discuss quickly a 2020 study in the BMJ, the British Medical Journal, which was titled Medical Cannabis and Insomnia in Older Adults with Chronic Pain. They concluded that medical cannabis use may have an overall positive effect on maintaining sleep throughout the night in chronic pain patients. So, based upon our experience with patients at Sanctuary ATC and several studies that have shown that indeed cannabis can help with insomnia, we are in strong support of it. I didn't really plan on discussing autism spectrum disorder, but I do know that a lot of our patients with ASD do benefit from cannabis. So we are also in support of it in terms of the autism spectrum disorder as well. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Cyrek. Are there any questions from the committee for the doctor?
Yes, if I could.
Who is this? I can't.
Representative Nelson.
Representative Nelson, you may ask a question.
Yes, has Autism Speaks, the organization, taken a position on this?
I have not done my research on that. I'm not sure if Representative Kirk could maybe comment on that because he's done more of the literature search than I have.
Representative Knurk, you may answer that very briefly, please, if you can.
Yeah, it's very brief. I do not know. And actually, I have to confess, I am not the one that did the deep literature dive on this. We have, it was somebody else in our committee, a couple of people in our committee that did the deep dive on this one. So I do not know if that organization has a standing on this at all.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee? Please raise your hand first. I see no hands up. I get no texts of hands up. So again, thank you, Dr. Cyrek.
Thank you.
Christina, is there anyone else who wishes to testify who did not sign in by this morning?
I do see two hands that are up in the attendees list. We have a Renee Damaris and then New Hampshire SCPA.
Sorry, I did not hear you.
Two hands.
Who are they, Christina?
Renee Damaris and NHSCPA.
Well, I can pronounce Renee Damaris, so I'll go with her first.
All right. Hi, this is actually Keenan Blum from Prime Alternative Treatment Center. I apologize. I was using a coworker's laptop. Are you able to hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I don't want to repeat what Dr. Cyrek said. So I just wanted to say a few basic things. Sorry, one moment. So, we've been working with patients for almost 5 years now, and insomnia is one of the most common comorbid conditions that we encounter in our current patient base, who have all been approved for other conditions. When a person can't sleep, it affects nearly every aspect of their health, from their mental health to their immune response. In my personal experience, if there's one thing that cannabis works well for, it's inducing and maintaining sleep. Not that there aren't many other uses, but that is one of the key things that ends up helping our patients, as Dr. Cyrek said, get rest and really heal from whichever condition they have. It's good for almost everything. Many of the products we offer are specifically selected and designed for nighttime, which is really intended for to promote sleep. Some are focused on quick onset and short duration to assist patients in falling asleep. Others are formulated for a slower onset and longer duration to keep people asleep. And we try to modulate the dosage because too much of that actually doesn't tend to promote a restful sleep and good rest. So it's finding that right balance, usually below the level of intoxication, which is able to allow someone to fall asleep and to stay asleep. Many New Hampshire residents could benefit from access to the therapeutic cannabis program for treatment of insomnia. Many studies I've found that seem to, aim to underestimate the rate of insomnia in adults, puts it at over 10% of the population has chronic insomnia at one section of their life or another. And so overall, Prime ATC supports HB 89 as it would allow much needed access to legal, regulated, and tested cannabis products, many of which are specifically targeted for sleep. So thank you very much for listening to my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. And Christina, the other one, I believe it's a series of initials standing for some organization.
Yes, I'll bring them on.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Robin Abbott. I am actually calling in from my work computer, which is the initials. I'm a CEO of a nonprofit here in New Hampshire, but I am the parent that Representative Knirk was referring to earlier in this testimony. And thank you so much, Representative Knirk, for remembering my testimony from last year. It was very emotional and it was very heartfelt. My son is now 29 years old. He is a wonderful, just engaging, lovely young man who has come a long way in his plight for really growing and being involved in his community. Jonathan is 6 feet tall and he is 168 pounds. And as Representative Knirk referred to, we have had some really challenging moments with hissy fits as an adult. It's been more than quite a long road. And let me also attest to the fact that we have gone through a variety of medical, pharmaceutical use, antipsychotics. I have to have his kidneys tested every year. He's been on opioids, and many of those psychotic medications can lessen their effect over time. With the small use that we've had with medical cannabis, therapeutic cannabis, it has been life-changing. I am able to do things with Jonathan that I've never been able to do before. He's on a very minimal dose. He's engaged in his community. He can tolerate change and changes in routine, which many of you may not know, but people on the autism spectrum disorder have a really difficult time with this. And I will say the past 2 years, our lives have been completely opened up to a whole new world, particularly for him. I have friends who also have adults with autism spectrum disorders, and they've told me that, issues such as seizures and dietary issues have been minimized completely because of the small use of medical marijuana. So I just really want to support this. I'm here to offer any other personal testimony. I will say I was appointed by Governor Lynch about 10 years ago to serve on the Autism Commission, the first ever. So I have been involved in many aspects of ASD. I've been involved in autism now and organizations. And although this is a small component of what happens as far as, some of the uses and opportunities there are, this has probably been one that has affected our lives positively more than anything. So I'm happy to take your questions. I do have written testimony I'd be happy to send over. And I guess I'll leave it there. And I apologize, I'm calling from my work computer.
Thank you for your testimony. Anybody on the committee with a question? Representative Gay?
I really don't have a question. I just know how awful it is to
You need to have a question.
Okay, I'll come up with a question.
And we save any sharings for the exec session.
Okay.
Anyone with a question?
I can come up with a question.
I see 2 hands. And I'm going to guess that one of them is Representative Folsom. Boy, that cataract surgery was great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would really like to be able to receive that written testimony from Ms. Abbott if I could. I'd like to share it with some friends.
I would be happy to. I also have testimony from one of his direct care professionals who's also noted an immense change, as well as my personal friend who has been using this with her son. He hasn't had a seizure in over 5 years, and he's in his 30s. So there are many of us who this has been life-changing. I'd be happy to send it over. Just please let me know the best route to do that.
Mr. Chair, can we give her the address now to send that so that she can do it?
Yes, we may. We can. And may. Yes. Go.
Do you wish to, or do you want me to?
You can do it.
Okay. Renee, it's HHSEA at leg.state.nh.us. So again, HHSEA at leg.state.nh.us. That sends a copy to everybody on this committee, including Representative Folsom, who was the clerk, who needs to have it for the record as well, and just ask for it.
Thank you.
Get that okay?
Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Abbott. Your testimony was extremely compelling to me, someone who had questions about this. So I wonder if, to be further compelling, if you know of any advocacy organizations for autism spectrum disorders that have taken a stand on this, either pro or con.
To answer your question, thank you for that question. I have heard some small, Autism Speaks is the primary one, and I think they're really looking at some of the best practices around services and adult transition. And there are many, many issues, I'm sure, as you can imagine, with autism spectrum disorder, vocational issues, adult living, you name it. This is not something necessarily that has come up very much, but I will say that more of the community is looking at this more closely, because there are so many people out there like myself and families like ours that are seeing so much benefit from it. And let me just say, my son is 29. I would not recommend this for someone, we can look at this from an age perspective as far as an adult, and more families who have an adult child or an adult family member with autism spectrum disorder are looking at this more closely. And I'm hearing more and more positive results, very few, if any, negative results whatsoever. I'm sorry, that probably doesn't answer your question. It's the best one I have at this time.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I see no further hands. Is there anyone else who has lately signed?
Mr. Chair, may I just go ahead and try to help answer that question too?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, just simply, I went to Autism Speaks. I looked it up. They actually do question or wondering whether or not it's going to be helpful, and they held a consensus conference in 2018 about research on cannabis and autism, and they promised in a post in 2019 that they would be making the consensus available later that year. I find nothing on their website on a search for anything more recent, nor on a Google search. And so their final statement was, until then, we encourage you to discuss cannabis products with your child's health provider before trying them, which of course is the way it should work anyway, and precisely what Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board wishes. They did bring up also the concerns in kids, and that's why we set up a much higher barrier for under 21 because of the developing brain. So that's the best I can come up with on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is the last call for questions from the committee and questions from the general public. All right, seeing none of either one, I call this hearing to a close. And I would like to move to exec this bill. The items that we believed we needed to change in the bill are present in Representative Knirk's amendment. Unless there's somebody else who's telling me they wish to go get another amendment, I don't see anybody telling me that. So then I'm going to open the exec session on House Bill 89, and the protocol is to start with the amendment, which is 2021-0437H, and Representative Knirk, and co-sponsored by Representative Vale. Representative Knirk, would you speak to your amendment, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I would be glad to do so. I would like to first move amendment number 2021-0437H, which is an amendment.
We have to do that, don't we?
Yes, which is an amendment to HB 89.
And who would second it?
I'll
I'll
second that.
second.
Representative McKay.
Okay, now remind us.
Yes, yes. So again, this just simply adds autism spectrum disorder. You know, again, my apologies for bringing in something that was so different, because particularly for the public, and we did get the word out to Ms. Abbott to hear her compelling testimony. But the issue is, we did place some rather tough restrictions. Remember, for any kid under 18, they already have to have a second opinion anyway. You know, so basically, this sets a really high bar for kids or anybody under 21 because of the developing brain. So it would not be something that would be used in a willy-nilly fashion. But for over 21, we did not feel it necessary to have all these extra special consultations. So it does expand the scope of this bill, but it becomes, we thought this bill, the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board thought this bill would provide a good opportunity to be able to get ASD back in, since no bill was filed, and it was too late when we found that out for me to file one.
Any questions on the amendment?
I have a comment.
Yes, state your comment, please.
I find this testimony very reassuring. This is exactly the way it's supposed to work. The original commission, 5 years, has gone to sleep, and this professional organization is providing exactly the information that we need to make professional decisions. So I find this very reassuring.
Thank you, Representative McKay. Representative Snow.
Muted, Ken.
Unmute.
Am I open now?
You are.
Hey, my computer plays tricks on me all the time. I find the testimony here very compelling. I did have one question of Representative Knirk. Frequently, we talk about the human brain only reaching its ultimate state of maturity at age 25. Is that, and yet we're using 21 as the cutoff. Is there any reason to be concerned about that discrepancy?
May I answer?
Yes, you may.
Yes.
Yes, well, back when I was in my 50s, my wife contended that maturation didn't occur until age 60. But in any case, well, that is a problem. We did work in this because 21 is not a magical age, but we thought that was a reasonable compromise, because also these here's what we don't know. We don't know whether the autism brain matures in a wholly different fashion anyway. It's already an abnormally wired brain, if you will, and we have no idea exactly how it matures. So for now, we decided to go with 21 because, again, by that time, as Ms. Abbott commented, even younger, you begin to have some real issues if you have a kid who's having some real difficulty with behavior. So yeah, we compromised on that one. We didn't know quite where to set that, but decided 21 was reasonable.
Thank you.
By the way, may I just speak? Representative McKay is right. Those who are on the committee, from a few years ago, remember that every single time we heard testimony on any of these conditions, I always raised my hand and asked the same question. Are legislators supposed to be making these medical decisions? And that is why it is that we brought forth this bill to create this board. And this board is indeed functioning at a very high level to provide the input. So thank you for that comment, Representative McKay.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will confess to being all over the map on this issue. On the one hand, my experience as a therapist working with families tells me that there are a lot of negative impacts for chronic marijuana use. And I think we often give short shrift to that in this committee. Including increasing anxiety and paranoia in people who use cannabis over a long period of time. So on the other hand, I think prohibition of cannabis has been such a disaster that I think it should be completely legalized across the board. So I'm all over the map about this. I do think that since we are using it as a medicine, we should be very careful about how we do that. And I was ready to vote against this amendment, but I was convinced by Ms. Abbott's testimony and her testimony about other people besides herself and the little bit we were able to learn about advocacy organizations. So I will support it.
Anyone else? Representative Gay.
Thank you, and I don't have to have a question, right?
Not this time.
Okay.
Give you a statement.
I really wanted to thank everyone who testified, especially about personal experience, because we all agreed with you so much. I'm assuming that everybody felt as positively as I did. And so we don't ask questions. And when you make testimony that you've agonized over and nobody responds, it feels negative. So I just wanted to assure everybody who have testified that it was very compelling, and I very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one,
There's a
then
hand, Jerry.
do I see a hand?
Jerry's. He's not raised, he's got his real hand up.
I see no one.
Sorry, I have my physical hand up. May I?
One more time. You know,
Okay, just responding actually though then to Representative Shapiro, he is absolutely correct, and that was our concern about using, well, anytime we use cannabis in kids, which is why, again, we have a very small number of kids who are qualified. One of the problems is recreational cannabis is often going to be used at a much higher dose and much more to fulfill other needs or other desires of the person who's using it. Here, when it's used therapeutically, as I mentioned one other time in another bill, we start low and then increase slowly for the desired effect. So, for example, 5 milligrams of THC is a fairly small dose, and that is indeed the difference between a therapeutic program and recreational use, where we can have a better way to monitor it. So thank you very much.
Would the clerk please call on Representative Woods?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Representative Shapiro's point, I think it's well taken. However, I think under these circumstances, there's a built-in safety net in the sense that, in general, there is a limit for the quotes prescription length. It's got to be reviewed, and also the fact that the person not prescribing but providing the registered individual is very tightly controlled, and people that are very familiar with any changes that might be occurring. And I think they would ask, and we can assume, like any physician, they would be acting responsibly. So the fact that there is a fixed time frame by which it has to be renewed, and then it would have to be renewed by people that are very specifically involved professionally in this kind of individual, I think the safeguards are there. I think the point's well taken, but I think the safeguards, to my perspective, are there. Thank you.
there is some debate as to the point to which a member of the committee can also keep answering questions in exec session. So I'm not going to call on Representative Knurk. As David Scanlon, Assistant Secretary of State, says, when you're winning, stop arguing. So unless there is any other question or statement on this from anyone else in the committee, I would like the roll to be called. I don't see any hands. So would the clerk please call the roll on Amendment 2021-04378? Moved by Representative Knurk, seconded by Representative McKay.
Thank you. Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Acton,
Yes.
Representative Gay,
Yes.
Representative Cushman,
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey,
Yes.
Representative King,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative McKay,
Yes.
Representative Snow,
Yes.
Representative Knurk,
Yes.
Representative Soloway, Representative Soloway,
I
Representative,
believe he had to step out.
okay, he did mention that would happen from time. Representative Cannon,
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham,
Yes.
Representative Shapiro,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Merchant,
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
And the vote is 20 yes and 1 absent.
Before I call for the discussion on the bill as amended, somebody from this committee mentioned that some committee chairs read the number of people who signed in support or neutral or against. And I know some committee chairs don't, but I don't think it's a bad idea. There were 33 people signing in support. And since the copy I'm supplied has their hometown, the one who asked me, where do they come from? All 33 of these are New Hampshire residents. 0 signed in opposition, and 1 person representing an organization signed in as neutral. So 33 for, 0 against, 1 neutral. With that, I introduce Bill 89 FN as amended, and I'm looking for somebody to move the bill. Representative Knurk?
Yes, I will please move that we pass, we do OTPA on HB 89 with the amendment that we just passed, which the number I'm just suddenly blanking on, but in any case.
04378.
0437, yes, thank you.
Is there a
Second?
Second.
first? Who said that first?
I saw Cannon, Representative Cannon.
Representative? Yeah, got it. Now, any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on House Bill 89 FN amended by 0437H, moved by Representative Knurk, seconded by Representative Cannon.
Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Acton,
Yes.
Representative Gay,
Yes.
Representative Cushman,
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey,
Yes.
Representative King,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative McKay,
Yes.
Representative Snow,
Yes.
Representative Knurk,
Yes.
Representative Soloway, absent. Representative Cannon,
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham,
Yes.
Representative Shapiro,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Merchant,
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
That is 24 passage, 1 absent.
Mr. Chair, I would move consent.
Objection, we'll put this bill on consent. And Representative Knurk, please write the report. Thank you.
Will do.
And with that, I close the exec session on House Bill 89 FN with amendment. And I open the hearing on House Bill 90. And we bring back Representative Vale to introduce the bill of which she is chief sponsor, prime sponsor.
Good morning again, and thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. I just want to make sure you can hear me before I proceed.
Yes.
Thank you. This will be very fast. I filed HB 90 as a prime sponsor following the filing by a member who was not reelected. The mistake I made was not reaffirming that this is the right time for the bill. Last evening, it came to light during a phone call with a person who would be providing testimony that the time has come and gone for this bill due to the oversupply in the market, which just decreases the quality and makes sourcing quality products much more difficult. Therefore, I ask the committee to please vote to ITL the bill as it's not relevant at this time. And I can take any questions that you may have.
Representative Vale, when I got your email last night, I spent a few minutes thinking about the times that I had put a bill in only to ask that it be ITL for any number of reasons, and any of us who've been here for a while have done this. So thank you. And I do have Representative Knurk's hand, and I would like to call on him with a question for Representative Vale.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed the email last night. Could you clarify what you meant by the oversupply? Could you clarify that a little bit more for me?
Certainly, Representative Knurk, thank you for the question. You've probably seen that there's a lot of CBD on the market. It's on neon signs over smoke shops. It's in 7-Elevens. And at the time this bill was in conception, it was not, that was not the case at all. And I believe that this would impact negatively, in fact, because sourcing the quality products will be harder to distinguish from those that have the unknown compounds that I discussed in the last bill presentation.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
The difficulty is that the CBD we see all over the place is totally unregulated. I have a separate bill, and I know we're not supposed to talk about that, but I have a separate bill in that looks at the regulation of the CBD that is being marketed, which is outside of the ATCs. Because this one was for in the ATCs. I do not have, since this is not a medical question, therefore TCMOB did not make a comment about this. I'm hoping we have Michael Holt on this, who would be able to testify a little bit more about it. But it's important to understand that it's totally different, that the market for CBD in the corner grocery store and everywhere else is totally unregulated. Some of them don't even contain CBD, even though they claim they do. They're not tested for impurities or iron or or cadmium or mercury or pesticides. Some are reliable, but it's an unregulated market. So hopefully we'll hear more from Michael Holt about whether this is helpful or not to the ATCs.
Am I to answer this question as a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
May, if you wish. I see Michael Holt has signed up. I do not know if he's in the meeting and can be called up. If he wishes to, if he's here, and if he wishes to, would he put his hand up, please? But yes, Representative Vale, go for it.
I was just I just wanted to take it further by saying that when an outside product, so this would be introducing an outside product, an outside source for medication that will be made and distributed in the dispensary. Therefore, it will have to be tested and it will have to be determined to be a proper source because of all the unknowns that are coming up with changes in the program and legislation that may be in the other body at this time. All of the factors considered, the hemp CBD is in oversupply, and it just makes a really difficult time for us to get something that we can really test and have that solid integrity that we're used to by having the self-contained and the self-sourced model that we're using for the TCP. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. Did we find Representative, sorry, Mr. Holt anywhere?
Yes, my name is Michael Holt. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Holt, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program within the Department of Health and Human Services. The department does not take a position on this bill. I can provide some background. And what we really need to hear from is the ATCs, if they are on the call as well, because they would be able to provide the testimony to say whether or not this bill is needed or helpful. My understanding, so first to the bill language, the bill does require any outsourced CBD product, isolate product, to be tested in accordance with New Hampshire law and rules, not only the concentrate isolate itself, but also the products made from it, thus ensuring a high quality product and free of contaminants per New Hampshire rule. The origin of this, I believe, and I believe the ATCs can testify to this a little better, is that the plants grow differently. The ATCs have expressed a need to outsource CBD because they cannot produce enough of it within their current production facilities. So this would be a value to them to be able to provide a wider range of CBD products for their patients than they can currently provide. I believe that we can accomplish this in a safe manner, but again, it would be up to the ATCs to testify whether or not this is still needed. And I'm happy to answer questions if you all have some.
I see no hands up or any text indicating there's anybody from the committee. Is Michael McLaughlin here? He is listed as representing the Sanctuary Alternative Treatment Center. So this may answer Mr. Holt's desire of having somebody from an ATC. Is Mr. McLaughlin present? If so, please put your hand up.
I am trying to, can you hear me now, as I say?
A little louder would be better, please.
Can you hear me now?
Much better, thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Michael McLaughlin. I am a lobbyist in Concord and represent Sanctuary ATC. By error, I signed in favor.
Still needs to be louder.
By error, I signed in favor of the bill this morning, but I talked to my client earlier, and they indicated they were against the bill. So I did not hear Michael Holt's discussion. I was on a phone call, but we are not in favor of the bill. They do not like the thought of bringing out-of-state cannabinoids into the system.
Said they're not, doesn't like the idea of out-of-state products.
All the materials that we provide to our patients are manufactured in the state, tested in the state, and under strict control. So they're not comfortable with material from other sources.
Any questions from Mr. McLaughlin? I don't see any. Thank you for stepping up, both you and Mr. Holt. The chair sees only one other person signed up to testify, and remember, the sponsor of the bill wishes we ITL it. Having signed up before that revelation, in favor of the bill is Representative Wendy Thomas, and we call you to speak if you wish.
I may be live. This is Keenan Blum from Prime ATC here. Am I being heard at the moment?
I don't see Wendy on the list here.
Hi, Mike McLaughlin here. How are you?
Yeah, well,
Representative Thomas, do we have her, Christina, anywhere? Do we have her anyone anywhere? Co-hosts?
Or Representative Pearson?
Yes,
Who are you looking for?
for Representative Wendy Thomas.
Yeah, she's not on the attendees list right now.
Okay, is there anyone else who has signed up to testify?
Yes.
Christina?
There's nobody else on the list, but there are several people with their hands raised.
Are they from the committee?
No, they are not.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I note that the screen assigned to Renee Damaris has, the person behind that screen has asked several times if they may speak. They're already in the meeting.
Okay, but is not the protocol that you sign up to testify or sign up to speak?
On the other.
I have not got the update. I know there is some changes contemplated about last minute without the leave of the chair. I'll take two only. So Wendy Damaris, I think it was it?
Yes, thank you. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is Keenan Blum again from Prime ATC. Thank you for calling on me. I did sign up for HB 90 to speak on this. I'm not sure if it came through properly, but
sir, go ahead.
I want to thank everyone for their time today. We've reconsidered on this bill. Originally, we were very much in support of it. Especially a couple of years ago, seeing the ability to more efficiently grow hemp outdoors versus utilizing power indoors to do it. However, watching the CBD isolate and the hemp industry nationwide over the last few years, it has resulted in a large number of, kind of inconsistent and in many cases mediocre products that do not meet our standards. Now, while we are able to formulate this isolate and these compounds into successful products, we also want to continue to do what we're doing, which is producing everything we make in-house in New Hampshire, using employees from New Hampshire and the resources in New Hampshire. And I think we have concerns at this point with a kind of slippery slope of bringing in products from outside that group, whether we test them here to confirm or not. I would certainly be open, and I think I can't speak for the other ATCs, but I think we would be open if we were able to produce it in New Hampshire under a known circumstance that we were able to oversee throughout the process or be involved with throughout the process. I think we could see utilizing hemp CBD, which would allow us to cultivate or allow a partner to cultivate outdoors or in a greenhouse, which isn't really currently possible under the regulations for the therapeutic cannabis program. The security and other aspects of how it's written make that impractical. However, for CBD in this scenario, we are able to keep up at this point with our business, with our CBD needs. After finishing a large cultivation build out, And we believe that we can continue to do so in the future under an environment and under a situation where we take absolute pride in the quality, the cleanliness, and everything we do. So at this point, I think the preference of Prime ATC would be to cultivate everything in-house and to reconsider if we are able to oversee an outdoor hemp CBD process and cultivation process. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But otherwise, thank you very much for giving me the time to speak.
The chair recognizes Representative Folsom.
Hello, thank you very much, Chair. This is just a technicality issue. The clerk would really like to have the full name of the last person who testified and where he's from, because it doesn't match what's on the screen for me. And I need it for the record.
My apologies. My name is Keenan Blum. That's Keenan, and the last name is Blum. I am the president and CEO of the nonprofit Prime Alternative Treatment Center.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me ask again, Christina, is there anyone else who is signed up to testify?
No, I don't see anyone on the list.
Thank you very much. And then I will close the hearing on HB 90. And in order to keep to our schedule, we will close the hearing and we will have to exec it at a later time, which could be today. I now open the hearing on House Bill 599 relative to the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
It's 10:20. I don't think you can open a hearing scheduled for 10:30 at 10:20. I think you have to wait for the hour at 10:30.
You're absolutely correct, and I thank you for that.
I would be delighted to make a motion if you would care to open an executive session on House Bill 90.
Yeah.
Is there any sentiment in the room that you want to sit on this for a week, or you want to bring back amendments, or are we good to go, whichever way we choose to vote, are we good to go on executing? Looks like to go, and I do thank the honorable gentlelady for that, not only because she's correct, but we can get this job done. So with that,
I'd be glad to make a motion.
who is speaking? Yes, please make a motion.
I think you have to open the executive session first if we didn't do that yet.
I do. And since I think I opened 599, but incorrectly, it doesn't count. And now I will open the executive session, House Bill 90, and recognize the gentlelady from San Joaquin, I forget your towns, but to make a motion.
Thank you. It's the gentlelady from Walpole, and I would move ITL on House Bill 90 on the basis that it was very much wanted when it was introduced. Situations have changed, and it now appears that it is not as useful as it might have been at an earlier time. So I move ITL.
And Representative Marsh seconds.
Marsh seconds. Now discussions, which can be not questions.
I think I've discussed it as much as it needs to be discussed.
I think so too. But does anybody else want to? I see no hands, and trying to keep up with what I was asked to do. There were 10 people who signed in for support of the original bill as to pass. There was one person who signed in to oppose it passing, and that was the prime sponsor. And everyone lists the home address as New Hampshire.
Well, my name is Martha Snow. I want to cancel my
Representative Acton, please.
board. I just got charged for.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me just mute the background sound here.
Mute. Representative Acton, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members. I'm just a little bit confused here, so I want to just take a step back to make sure that we all understand what's going on here. When this first came in several years ago, it was based on the lack of availability of quality hemp products within the state. I believe that's changed, and somebody can correct me if not. We now have a hemp program in the state that's actually functional. So that what I think I'm seeing here is that ATCs are now starting to grow their own hemp in state that they weren't allowed to do even last year or the year before. I know UNH has been pushing for hemp production and so forth. So that seems to be moving forward. So I'll agree to the ITL, but I am worried that we've only heard from one ATC, and I'm assuming that they're producing their own. So they've started their own hemp production in business in concert with their ATC. But I really would love to hear more from Temescal and the other ATCs as to if they aren't doing this, are they going to be hampered by not being able to source their own CBDs? And then in essence, this is a business model issue between ATCs versus a solution to the problem where the legislation isn't needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weber.
I would say that I believe we heard from two different industry representatives, and Representative Knirk is giving me a victory sign, which I think means that he agrees with me. And then the other thing is that this is a properly noticed public hearing. Members who want to talk about something have a duty, members of the public who want to talk about something have a duty to sign up and make their wishes known. I don't think it is the business of the committee, except in very specific and I think narrow cases, to go out looking for people unless serious questions have been raised about the way we're going. I mean, it just seems to me axiomatic at this point that the sponsor doesn't want the bill. The two people who were here from the industry don't want the bill. And we've heard testimony from the regulating authority as to why it may not be needed anymore. So my thought would be to go ahead, but that's just me.
Okay, follow up if I could, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Acton.
The only reason why I'm asking is that this ITL changeover came in last night, so they may not even know. So that's the issue. But you know, these problems have a tendency of working themselves out. It doesn't always require us to pass laws, and that seems like the situation we're in here. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
I might observe that it's been my experience that sometimes it's a good thing to show up, even if it looks like it's a slam dunk in your favor, because things have a way of changing. And on a couple of occasions, I am so glad I appeared when I thought I didn't need to, but it proved I really did. And there is no other person on even on the sign-in list, one way or the other, about the bill. So Representative Weber's point is very well taken. I see Representative, I think it's Knirk in the upper left corner.
Yes. Yes, thank you. And I agree, whether they thought it was going to be an ITL or not, if they had a concern, they would be here. And the only reason I raised alarms in the beginning was because it was fundamentally so different than it was the previous year. But I think we've heard very compelling testimony that we actually don't need this now. And so I agree with Representative Weber that we should proceed with an ITL, and I think we can be comfortable doing it at this point.
Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only comment is that, you know, just because we don't need this now, I mean, I think it broadens the freedom of what these alternative treatment centers can do. And just because it's not needed now, there may be changes in the market. And the reasoning behind it is still a little bit unclear for me, why they're against it just because they don't need it. I'm just inclined to broaden freedom of this industry to acquire these hemp-derived CBD isolates from elsewhere if they so choose.
Anyone else on the committee? Seeing no further hands from the committee, the motion is ITL, moved by Representative Weber, seconded by Representative Marsh on House Bill 90. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Acton,
Yes.
Representative Gay,
Yes.
Representative Cushman,
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey,
Yes.
Representative King,
Yes.
Representative Copal.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative McKay,
Yes.
Representative Snow. Representative Snow, you need to unmute.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Representative Knirk,
Yes.
Representative Soloway. I believe he's still absent. Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
That's 20 in favor of the motion and 1 absent.
Representative Weber, would you care to write the majority report?
I would, Mr. Chairman, and I would move consent.
Without objection, so ordered. That, this closes the exec session on House Bill 90, and the chair recognizes a 10-minute recess for the members' comfort. The members' dogs' comfort.
Stand up. Stand.
Yeah, I just, considering it afterward, yeah, they may not need it now, but why? Is there, I
It's a
wonder,
genuine concern. Yeah. and
what
we may
if,
not
what
have
if the market
competition.
changes? Exactly, and that's what I was thinking. I was like, is this just
We're unmuted. Right. Are we unmuted? Okay. I'm hearing thumbs up.
Wow.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you guys how to do that.
The person who has done that in the past is at home. So but we figured it got a couple people gifted in intuitive. So thank you. And I have asked, texted, and done all but send a runner to find out when our remaining meetings will be. And we know March 2nd is one, but I am told that we shall be informed late this morning when that is, and when I know, you'll know. So we can plan our lives. With that, I open the hearing to House Bill 599 FN relative to the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. And I call on the bill's prime sponsor, our very own Representative Acton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning again, everyone. So I have to admit, I didn't write this bill. It was transferred to me, and we are at the very end of a long process where we've gone through a lot of therapeutic cannabis bills this year, and I have to admit that this one slipped through the cracks. I didn't understand some of the legislation, and I received some very marked input on how it is not going to work, and I'll allow the people who testified to explain, but I think the best course of action here is an ITL. So I will close my remarks and allow others to, including, I believe, Michael Holt, to comment on this, and we can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, I trust there's no questions from the committee of the representative. So with that, we will call up Michael Holt to testify.
Thank you very much. Can the committee hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program. The department does register opposition to this bill. I thought that my testimony would come after Representative Knirks, to be honest, as he is the chair of the TCMOB, but I can provide some introductory remarks here. This bill would create a duplicate, conflicting requirement for the clinical review of all existing qualifying medical conditions for the therapeutic use of cannabis. Currently, this clinical review responsibility belongs to the 13-member board, which is charged with the responsibility of reviewing current and new medical conditions and making recommendations to add or remove them from law. Under the current statutory model, such recommendations to add or remove a condition would be made to the Commissioner of HHS, who could then choose to seek legislation to add or remove those conditions. This bill proposes a duplicate conflicting responsibility for the review of all existing conditions, places it on a single individual, the medical director of DHHS, with no additional appropriation for resources, and requires that information to be reported within 90 days of the bill's passage to the Joint Legislative Oversight Committee on Health and Human Services. It's a duplicate process. It's a conflicting requirement that is envisioned in the current law. Considering that there are 21 identified medical diagnoses, a catch-all that could include any medical diagnosis, and 10 associated qualifying symptoms, and any combination thereof, it's simply not feasible for such a review to be undertaken by a single person with no additional resources and completed within a 90-day time frame. The second thing that this bill does is creates or adds a conflict of interest provision for these board members. Again, this is a duplicate requirement with the financial disclosure requirements already required for this board under RSA 15A. It establishes an additional requirement where members of the board would need to identify any financial disclosures at board meetings before taking actions on a topic that comes up during a meeting. So it's additional, it's redundant work, but it's also a higher standard than other boards and commissions in the state. For these reasons, the department opposes this bill. Happy to take questions.
Any questions for Mr. Holt? Seeing none, there was a very good reason why the chair did not immediately recognize Representative Knurk. I read my paper wrong. So now, with apologies, Representative Knurk.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. I've already told you who I am, Representative Jerry Knurk, Representative Carroll County 3, and that I'm the chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, and we've already talked about who they are. Again, 599 is an unnecessary and unworkable bill reflecting the lack of knowledge of the complexities of decision-making and how the TCMOB functions. As we said, this puts a review which is duplicative and 90-day period by the chief medical officer, which, contrary to what's stated in the bill, he is not the chairperson of the board. I'm currently the chair. But the issue is that the proper evaluation of a qualifying condition requires a lot more consideration of that. You've heard my testimony on other conditions and discussed some of the detailed processes we follow. We usually start with a discussion at a board meeting. We appoint a subcommittee to go do a deep dive in the literature because since we have a number of different medical specialties involved, they can look at the ones for the area they know best. They then report back to the board at a subsequent meeting. We hold a public hearing. For example, that's when we got to hear from Ms. Abbott that testified in the previous bill. And then we put up together a little draft report, the subcommittee does, a draft report combining that scientific evidence and the hearing testimony. That's presented to the full board. We then discuss it, and sometimes we even take more than one meeting to really finally come down with some language. We draft language to cover special considerations and then finalize a recommendation to the legislature. It functions, the TCMOB functions very well and is very diligent utilizing their personal experience, legislative reviews, or sorry, literature reviews, and testimonials from the patients to make its recommendations. So it really just doesn't make sense. We already have evaluated a number of different conditions. I think it's 5 altogether, mostly at the behest of bills that have come in, but we are planning to start working on the other things. As last year we focused on the educational program, so we didn't get a lot done on pulling up already approved conditions. The second part, yes, is unnecessary, and it does hold. We already submit financial disclosure forms. I don't have to do it because I do it through the legislature, and the requirement of having to disclose before every action is indeed a higher level, not only for other boards, but it's a higher level than we hold our legislators to. And the issue is that the inclusion of participation of representatives of the ATCs and of the providers who do certify is to balance that we also have providers who are very skeptical about therapeutic cannabis. And so we end up with quite a diversity of opinions, which makes chairing the meetings really interesting because we really have of very important points of view that are brought in from all sides, and that is actually a strength of this. And so it's not a conflict of interest that's negative. It's a conflict. It's a positive tension that it adds to the board in terms of its work that it does. So I urge you to move ITL on this bill, because it really hampers the ability of TCMOB to make sound scientific discussions which take into account the needs of the patients, the needs of the providers, the ATCs, and the therapeutic cannabis program. Thank you.
Any questions for Representative Knurk? I see a hand up along the bottom, but I cannot quite read who the name is. Is there anyone on the committee who wishes to testify? Okay, I will allow Mr. Holt to come back again.
Yes, I'm here.
Yep.
Is there a question for me? I have no further testimony.
Okay, that was left over. Sorry. Anyone else? Is there anyone else anywhere that is signed up? I've got everyone off my list. Is there anyone else? Christina, or co-hosts?
There is no one left.
Thank you very much. In that case, I close the hearing on House Bill 599, and I open the executive session on it. And Representative Acton, would you care to make a motion on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that we vote this bill inexpedient to legislate.
All right, and you had a co-sponsor on that bill, as I see, and the co-sponsor, who is me, or who is I, wishes to second. Now, any discussion? This can be sentences and not necessarily questions. Representative Acton.
Okay, just real quick. Like I said, this came in a flurry of bills. We were kind of just grabbing them and taking them over and seeing which one worked for each of us. And in this case, I was already overextended. This came in, and I should have caught some of these things beforehand. It's not a good idea to use the hearing as a way to vet a8-bill, but I do apologize for that, and certainly to Michael Holt, who I've worked with for years and years as an activist and a legislator, and also to Dr. Ballard, who was, I believe, was very much against this. So live and learn. Let's move on. But this bill needs to be ITL. Thank you.
Anybody else? We have before us then an executive session, House Bill 599. The motion is ITL, made by Representative Acton, seconded by the chair. And with no further discussion or questions being seen, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Snow.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Knurk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway. Absent. Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Merchant,
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
It passes 20-0 with one absent.
And without objection on consent, and would Representative Acton please write the report?
I will have that to you by the end of the day.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll close the executive session on 599. And we'll take about a 2-minute break here, folks.
Mr. Chairman, we can't start up again until 11:15. Oh, unless you want us back for executive session.
We're going to do that, but thank you for the reminder.
So do you want us back in 5 minutes for an executive session, or do you want us back at 1:15?
I want you back in
11:15, I'm sorry.
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. Second. Third. No. Some amendments in the hall for 6:05. Thank you. Friday. So we have.
Amendment to 6:05, this is reducing it down to just that immunity for state employees or employees.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't bother me one way or the other. but
It was an
I-
omnibus bill.
So we can skip that.
On principle, I don't do omnibus bills.
Because it doesn't, not every town has. Yeah. Do you want that?
Yeah, we have them in other bills already.
Okay, Monday, the 8th. Tuesday the 9th? Oh,
Just
no.
move the tables across in
So
front.
let's-
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yes. We'll figure it
So you're good with just two.
Because everything has to turn.
Longer than
Getting closer, because we live in
See what I know.
So they're close.
Yeah.
So that means that next week we will be in committee on the 8th. And if we can have the.
Because the camera's on the top,
We will know.
that's how you get the wire screen.
We just don't.
So as you move it closer, then you start losing the perspective. So then the four of us would have to move in closer.
I'll go see this. Well, I'll go look. Closer so I can see
So
us.
it looks like if you move closer, see where the table ends over there?
Put a jigsaw, trigger a jigsaw first.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'll get us this side.
Basically, it's,
We got 30 seconds before we.
We can be seen.
basically have four across here. See beyond here.
We can be seen here.
We can see you.
And we're trying to see if we can move closer so we can see y'all. And we wouldn't be little ants.
Point of order, the chair wonders what the word y'all means. Is that some kind of a boat?
It's a plural form of you, accepted south of the Mason-Dixon.
Then what is the plural form of you all?
You all is plural.
So it's not all you all.
You could say it if you want, but that's like embellishing.
You can say all of y'all if you want to emphasize that you really want to be inclusive.
It's the noun for.
Or if you're angry.
If you live in Utica, New York,
It's
it's
a
a
pronoun.
user.
Y'all is a pronoun.
If you live in Utica, New York, it would be use all.
Or Jersey.
In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it was yins.
Yes. They say that outside of Philly too.
Okay, we've got about 15 minutes, and I do have some news. The chief of staff to the speaker has informed me that what we already know is next week we meet on Tuesday, March 2nd, and the following week we meet on Monday, March 8th, with a backup day of Thursday, March 11th. That's the last day. We all turn pumpkins then. Anything that's not out the door, we're in trouble. We may not need March 11th, but if we need it, we got it. And I am reminding myself that that means March 8th's docket, batting order has to be in by noon on Wednesday because of how the calendar works. So March 3rd, March 2nd, Tuesday, March 8th, Monday, and March 11th, Thursday. I'd like to take up an exec session now, and I open this exec session on House Bill 582. We have been holding it for an amendment from Representative Shapiro, which is in hand. This is relative to the descriptions of the treatment of attention deficit disorder or attention deficit disorder with hyperactivity. You may remember that Representative Mary Beth Walsh presented this, and our own Representative Woods is a co-sponsor. So Representative Shapiro, if you would speak to the issue on House Bill 582, which is amendment -0408H. Representative Shapiro.
I'm not sure that's the correct amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is the correct amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I imagine people remember, this is a bill which initially was meant to extend the prescription supply of medications for ADD to 90-day supplies instead of 60-day supplies. And that was to improve the continuity of care, to decrease co-payments, and really as a convenience for families who were constantly having to restock these medications. So the amendment really was just adds narcolepsy, which is treated with the same medications and includes narcolepsy for a 90-day supply as well. Now, when I submitted this amendment, they didn't write it precisely as I asked them to. But I think I was being too much of a perfectionist, and I think it's probably adequate. I'm going to ask Representative Merchant as a pharmacist to comment on it. But my concern is that it covers, there are 5 subcategories of ADD, including inattentive type with hyperactivity and impulsivity, combined type, not otherwise specified. So I'd like to ask Representative Merchant if he could comment on the way this is written, which is the way that was written in the original bill, would be adequate for pharmacists getting these prescriptions to include all the different subtypes of ADD.
What I ask Representative Shapiro is that you move the amendment and it's seconded, and then we can discuss it, we will call up Representative Merchant.
Okay, I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. I move that we adopt Amendment 0408 for House Bill 582.
I'll second it.
Who is that?
Weber.
Thank you very much. Now the chair calls on Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To speak to the issue of concern that Representative Shapiro has as a pharmacist, it's actually written, I think, appropriately. We're not getting into subcategories of a diagnosis. We're looking at things at the macro level. And I think at that point in time, where it belongs is not try to get into the sub-therapeutic diagnosis. So the way the bill is written today, as a pharmacist, I would support, and will support.
I'm sorry, for my old ears, you please trailed off. Are you saying the amendment is okay?
The amendment's okay. The way it's written actually is preferred because it's actually at the macro level versus getting into the sub-therapeutics or sub-diagnosis, if you will, under the macro. So therefore, I will support the bill, actually the amendment to the bill and the bill itself.
Any further questions from the sponsor of the amendments on the amendment? Then the clerk may call the roll on 2021-0408H, the amendment to House Bill 582. Moved by Shapiro, seconded by Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Marsh.
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Snow.
Yes.
Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway, absent. Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
And Representative Pearson.
Yes.
It passes 20-0 with one absent.
The chair now recognizes Representative Woods, who is the co-sponsor of the original bill, for a motion.
Yes, I offer that we pass House Bill 582 as amended with Amendment 0408 as ought to pass.
Second.
Representative Marsh seconds.
Marsh seconds. Any further discussion? Clerk may call the roll on House Bill 582 as amended by 2021-08H, moved by Representative Wood, seconded by Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Marsh.
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey.
Yes.
Representative King. Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative McKay.
Yes.
Representative Snow.
Yes.
Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway, absent. Representative Cannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
It passes 20-0, one absent.
And Representative Woods, if you would write the majority report, and without objection, it goes on consent.
Will indeed do, sir.
Thank you. I don't think we can beat the time record on that one, so we're just gonna look at each other for 4 minutes and 34 seconds before House Bill 146 comes up at its scheduled time of 1:15. In the meantime, the people meeting in the Legislative Office Building have received a hard copy of Representative Marsh's amendment to House Bill 605. And as we might be executing that in the afternoon, if that came into your computers, you could either download it, print it out now, look at it now, it's very brief, or you could do that over the lunch hour. But just to let you know, that is in hand.
I just want everybody to know how really bitter I am looking out the window at this gorgeous, warm, sunny day. And here we are, all stuck in our various inside slots, but needs must. So here we go.
Feeling
Well,
like
add
spring
to-
out there, though.
Yeah.
Take yourself outside.
Add to that 4 inches of fresh powder for those of us who like to cross-country ski on a beautiful day like today.
Well, I was thinking that, among other things.
The Speaker's office, that with all the money they're saving on mileage and toll remissions, the whole committee could go to Florida for a week and do this. We can social distance, we can bring our pets, we can, I was shown which way the door was, so it is not going to happen.
You forgot to invite them.
Darn it. That's it. That's 30 seconds.
My solar system appreciates the sunshine.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, but I had to go out and scrape the snow off the panels so it would really work well. It's still working on shedding the part I couldn't get.
Yeah, we were lucky enough not to get that much snow, so it's gone.
So your panels are not on the roof?
My solar panels are on the roof, but we only got less than an inch last night.
But Jim's
And mine are on the roof, but I use a foam roof rake.
We put taps into our trees on Sunday because at least in the Massachusetts border, it's going to be in the 40s, pushing 50 this week.
To trim my apple tree.
Weber, you're already in Florida.
Yeah, really. Look at that.
I do my poor best.
And Gary has got grass that he's got to go out and mow now.
Okay, tell me that again, because
You prune them in the winter and the summer. When you prune them in the winter, it helps encourage growth and growth in the right direction in the spring. And then when you prune in the summer, it's to kind of cut it back.
You know, actually for Joe, who's a fellow gardener, I've already started greens to do an early spring transplant into the greenhouse next week. And I started peas inside, and I just transplanted those out last night to the greenhouse, and it's about 80 degrees in there today.
I started leeks.
Big enough.
And if we pass home grow, you can start. Oh, never mind. Dennis liked that one.
I got a big lettuce factory going in my basement under the lights right now. It's actually nice to have fresh lettuce.
Yeah, it is. We in the greenhouse, I'm loaded with lettuce, and we have fresh salad every single night. It's fabulous.
We bought the house. It had a greenhouse added to one side of the garage, but the previous owner planted trees in front of it. And so this summer, the job is going to be cutting all those trees down and then adding solar panels above the greenhouse area. So that's our goal that's our project this summer.
Be cautious about one thing. When you put the solar panels there, they do shed snow a lot better than a roof, and they'll shed it right onto the greenhouse, which may be, interestingly, a problem. So think about.
Yeah, our greenhouse is domed.
Good.
So it's a very
Yeah, then
wonderful
it's just
greenhouse.
right off.
Yeah. And why they planted these trees there, I have no clue.
They weren't thinking.
No, they definitely were not.
That declares that it's not only 11:15 somewhere, it's 11:15 here. And with that, I open the hearing on House Bill 146, requiring healthcare providers to furnish upon request a list of ingredients contained in an injectable medication that is recommended or administered. And Representative Comtois, are you here to present your bill?
Hello?
Hello.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Representative Barbara Comtois, representing Belknap 7, Barnstead, New Hampshire. We're all concerned about what we put into our bodies with food. So why would we not want to know what is being injected into our bodies? When researching the web, just looking for a list of ingredients in a tetanus shot, there's more than one manufacturer, and only the active ingredients were listed. So my question is, what is the makeup of the inactive ingredients, and do they differ from manufacturer to manufacturer? So all this bill does is, if you're a patient or a legal guardian and you want to know what the healthcare provider or person giving an injection is, and you ask them, they need to furnish you with a list of all ingredients. I think it's important. They don't have to furnish it to everyone, but only those who ask. Some of us read our labels on our food and some of us don't. So I am available for any questions.
Any questions from the committee for the sponsor? Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Am I right in understanding that you are not requiring a label, you're just requiring that the list of ingredients be furnished either on an internet or by request, rather than having to label every individual product? Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative Weber. So when you go to the doctors and they want, say, a tetanus shot, because every one of us needs one of those every 10 years. And they say, it's time for your tetanus shot. Well, what's in the tetanus shot? We don't have any way of knowing. So I'm just asking that the physician or whoever's furnishing that injection to you, you can ask them, I'd like to see a list of the ingredients. That's okay. I hope that answered your question.
I see Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. The way this is written, could you help me explain? It says healthcare provider. That would be encompassing all healthcare providers, including a dentist, even a veterinarian. Plus, it also include all locations of healthcare, whether it be a hospital, an urgent care center, an emergency room, and so forth. Can you help me understand or clarify that for me?
Thank you for the question. So it was my intention with the writing of this bill is that if you go to, whether it's your doctor, clinic, or even the pharmacy, and they want to give you an injection, you should have the right to know what's in that injection. So it's my intent is that anyone that's going to give you an injection, you can request. It's not mandated that that they have to supply it to everyone. It's only for those people who request the information.
Follow up, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Yes.
So, in regards to the request, would you see that impeding the patient care where all of a sudden the provider doesn't have the information to treat the patient? I'm thinking about a hospital setting, even an urgent care setting, where the patient requests it, but the provider may not have all the information. That's one concern. Number two, within the manufacturing of pharmaceutical products, it's not uncommon for the inactive ingredients sometimes to change from manufacturer to manufacturer, which could put an onus onto the provider and being able to timely provide care to the patient. Is that?
Thank you for the question. And I understand what you're saying, but if I'm getting a shot, and I understand that, and that was one of the things I brought up, was it the ingredients do change from manufacturer to manufacturer. But shouldn't the person giving an injection know what's in that injection? How do they know that you may not have an allergic reaction to something that's to one of those ingredients? I mean, isn't there due diligence to do that, to know that? So my question is, why don't they already have a list of those ingredients?
The chair recognizes himself for a question. Representative Comtois, is it not the case now increasingly in restaurants and in some cases by law, they have to let you know on the menu if there's peanuts in the kitchen, if there's something that many people have an allergy to on the menu somewhere? And isn't it increasingly the case in previous years that people selling canned goods had to let you know everything in, or frozen foods? So isn't it the case that what you're just suggesting is, yeah, if it involves work, they're going to have to do what everybody else did in restaurants, in selling groceries? Do you think that's parallel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I do. And you know, we even went so far with the meat industry as saying that we even wanted to know what country things were coming from. So it's not, they already know what's in the ingredients that are in their products, and they should be supplying that. We should have the right to know. And depending on when I surfed the web, some people supplied both the active and inactive ingredients, and some didn't. It was a very interesting research when I did that. But because we don't know which manufacturer or what's being injected into us, you know, we can't make a informative decision on what's going to work best for the patient.
Thank you. Representative Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking this question. Generally, I'm in favor of consumers' right to know, especially what they're ingesting. I'm curious as to why this bill just covers injections and not medication taken orally.
Thank you for the question. I do believe, and I'm not positive because I don't take a lot of medication, but I believe when you get your medication, you have a list. I mean, you get like 5 pages of, I believe, what the ingredients are and all the side effects. When you go and get an injection, you get nothing. You get the shot. That's it. And possible, maybe a list of side effects, but you have no idea. But I may be wrong regarding the medications.
Follow up, please. So I guess my question was really if somebody was a hospital patient and they were given medication orally, then I think it might be the same situation as an injection. Another question I have is, do you know, this is alluding to Representative Merchant's question, do you know how readily available these ingredients are for clinicians who are providing these medications? And practically speaking, what will it take to make this bill work?
Thank you for the question. It is my understanding that the pharmaceutical companies have to provide the ingredients to the people that they're selling their product. If that's not already happening, shame on us. But I do believe that is happening. And this bill, and I'll allude to your question regarding taking oral medications in a hospital. You're absolutely correct. We don't know what's in those, and we just take those upon faith. And I can tell you from personal experience that after having an emergency surgery, my recovery period was hindered by some of the medication that I was given. And I had no idea what was in that. So going forward, I wouldn't even know where to begin to look at something that hindered my recovery.
Representative Knurk.
Representative Merchant asked my question. Thank you.
Welcome, Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. The first, I have two, and I'll ask for a follow-up if I can. Line 7, it says, any healthcare provider who recommends or administers. So I'm thinking about the practicalities. You come to my office and you have a particular condition, and the treatment modalities is such that you need a particular injectable, which I don't have, but I know one of my colleagues has that, and so I recommend that you go to his office for that. I don't have the medication, I don't do the injection, but that puts an onus on me just by virtue of recommending. Could you comment on how that would play out? And I have a follow-up too, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. The reason I put down recommend in there was because when I go to the doctors and they say, hey, you know, we'd like to give you this shot. And my question is well, what's in it? And they're just recommending that I take it. They're not telling me I have to take it, but they're recommending it. And before I can make an informative decision, I want to know what's in that product. It's kind of like when I look at food, I read the labels because I want to make sure, I want to know what I'm eating. So that is why the word recommend is there.
Follow-up, Representative Woods.
Thank you. I understand the concern, and I agree that you should be able to do that. However, again, just reflecting, I may not have that information, and the individual who would give you the shot would have that. So I have some trouble with that. The second part of the lost my train of thought here for a second. Carry on. I'll think of it in a second.
We will come back to you if you wish. Representative Weber.
Thank you. And just as a quick follow-up to Representative Wood's first line of inquiry, I'm wondering about the administration side. When the administration is done by somebody, I mean, I had my arm jabbed last week by a member of the National Guard who probably doesn't know or have access to the ingredients in a particular shot, but is perfectly capable of administering a shot under, you know, certain supervised conditions. So I'm wondering if you could be thinking about a way of dealing with the fact that some of the people, not only do some of the people who recommend the shots not have the information, but some of the people who administer the shots may also not have the information. And I don't know how to fix that, but I thought maybe you might want to think about it a bit. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I understand your concern, but if the shots are being handed out to, say, the person that's administering it, why couldn't the pharmaceutical company send a list of ingredient sheets with those injectables along so that copies could be made?
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
My concern is that that could happen, but the bill does not require that to happen. The bill requires somebody else to do something with information that they might not have. So I'm wondering if you could just think about ways of perhaps clarifying that whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will certainly give it a look.
Representative Woods, are you back with your second question?
I tickled my bet cells and they reconnected. Thank you. Representative, I'm getting carrying on with the comment from Representative Shapiro in the emergency room. Let's pretend that it's 2 a.m. And in the process of ongoing treatment, which may have started 6 hours before, and you need an injection of such and such, and you inquire, that creates an issue. There's different pharmacies, different providers for the same item, and the preservatives and what are called the vehicles are different for those preparations. However, when it goes to the hospital, it doesn't go down to the emergency room. All the emergency room all they get is the vial. All of the insert information that you're talking about that you get when you get a prescription at the pharmacy is not there. So now we're at 2 a.m. And you need some injectable, and you inquire. This may delay for some time, maybe hours, until that information is available. Is there some way, and again, as Representative Weber alluded to this as well, that we could rethink this and maybe clarify how this plays out, both with the line 7 recommends, as well as the issues in the emergency room and perhaps even the operating room.
Thank you for that. I think we can take a look at that, but this is not a mandate. This is not mandating that they have to supply it to everybody, only those people that inquire. And for me, I would want to know what preservatives are being injected into my body. And for me, a delay is okay. For some people, a delay may not be okay, and they may be okay with saying, yep, just give me the shot. So I think we have to look at it from that perspective, because not everybody, a lot of people are going to take the injection or they're going to take the medicine and they don't even look at it. I mean, people buy their groceries or their food and they don't ever read the labels. But there is a certain set of the population where it's very important because of bad reactions that they have had in the past. And I think that's important. I know that doesn't probably answer the question, but I don't have a clear answer for you.
Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Comtois, for taking my question. And this is a little bit complicated, but as you know, we have an academic medical center in the state of New Hampshire at Dartmouth, and they do medical research there. And one of the things that is done in medical research facilities is that we have double-blind studies where we try to find out if a new medication works or not. And what happens is people who sign up for these studies either get what's being studied or they get what's called a placebo. And nobody on the team and the patient doesn't know which one they get until the results are collated at the end. And then they can figure out whether this medication is actually a useful medication to bring further forward. Is the intent here to break the code so that if somebody in the study asks, which arm am I in, you have to tell them? Or should we make an exception for situations like that?
Thank you for the question. And I believe that if somebody wants to be part of a test group, then an exception should be made.
Thank you.
Representative Gay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Comtois, for my questions. Would you like to amend to address these many issues? I'm seeing several, whereas mentioning active and inactive ingredients, how to give a list to a person who requests, like, do we want to say they can request a hard copy, as we don't want to say, oh, sure, here's the link to it, you can go home and read it. If people need, like, would you consider expecting the supply, the provider who is providing the medication, would they have to have a printer handy so that online they could just ask to print it, just as needed? They wouldn't have to have a stack of papers to hand out, but they would have access to file online that they could as requested. It sounds, are you interested in amending so that we can address all these issues?
Thank you, Representative. And yes, I would be very interested in that and interested in working with the committee for all of their concerns.
Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Comtois, for taking my question. Would we be able to satisfy the need for the information required with an online lookup on the internet? And I ask that because my daughter is a formulation bioscientist for Pfizer, and the information associated with the Pfizer vaccine for COVID is all listed on the internet, including multiple depth of information as required by the FDA and other organizations around the world. So the information is readily available by manufacturer. And would that satisfy the need?
Thank you, Representative, for taking for the question. So I did. I looked up the vaccine for Pfizer, and you're absolutely correct. All the active and inactive ingredients are listed. However, when I looked up tetanus booster or tetanus shot, there was several manufacturers, and only some of the active ingredients were listed. The inactive ingredients were not. So, so to answer your question, that unless we knew what was right there, and the other question is if we can't get a list when they want to give us the shot, then it's going to make a delay. Where if you had a printout or something to look at on a screen in the doctor's office, you would see those ingredients immediately.
Representative Knurk.
Thank you very much. Representative Woods laid out a scenario a little while ago about 2 in the morning in the emergency room. And you made a comment that you really wouldn't mind if your treatment was delayed, but would you agree that in a busy emergency room or provider's office, that this will delay, these kinds of activities might not just delay the care of the person that requests, but the care of other people that are waiting to be taken care of, and that maybe there might be better ways to transmit this information?
Thank you for the question. And I understand what you're saying, and there may be some delays, but I don't think the delays would be that great. Because as I've said, sometimes there's inactive ingredients or even some of the active ingredients that you might know have an adverse effect on you. And the doctor might not realize that, or the person giving it might not realize that. And so it is to the health of the patient that would be important.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you know if they would list a scientific name versus an everyday name? I'll use wheat. I don't know if there's a scientific name for wheat. Do you know which you would want listed?
Thank you for the question. And I didn't get, I understand what you're saying, because really some of the names are really tough to discern for the layperson. But I wasn't going to go into the weeds with all of this. I was just asking for a list of the active and inactive ingredients.
Thank you.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. If I can go back to the issue about food, if I buy the food in the grocery store, it of course has a list of what's in the container of the product I'm buying. However, if I go to a restaurant, I don't have on the menu a list of all the things that are in the food products that the chef used to prepare the meal. What I'd be concerned about, and trying to get to the root here, is if I had a peanut allergy, I would inform the staff at the restaurant I have a peanut allergy and ask them, does the food that you're serving me have any peanuts in it or any nut contain it? So it puts the onus back onto the restaurant to, at that point in time, ensure that if I have an allergy to a peanut or to something of whatever the food may be, the restaurant's informed about that, and they have to make the decision that the food or what they're providing to me is not going to contain something I'm allergic to. Would that be something you're amenable to in saying that if you tell the provider I have an allergy to something that will cause a problem, harm to the patient, that the provider then is informed, and the provider has to make the determination the product they're going to give to you is in fact void of that particular chemical.
Thank you for the question. And going out to dinner is an option. Getting an injection may not be. And you can choose where you go to dinner based on the food that they provide, what you know about the restaurant. And some restaurants do list where they're getting their food from. They actually list where the farms that it's being brought from, if you are so inclined to go to those places. So that is a choice. We're talking about something that somebody wants to administer into your body. That's not it. I mean, I have rejected injections because I don't know what's in them. My doctor keeps insisting I need it, but until I can get that list, I am not taking that injection. So it may be to the detriment of my health, but that's okay with me because I need to know what's in those products.
I see Representative Nelson's hand is up. Is this a new question or a leftover hand? I no longer see it, but I do see Representative Marsh.
Yes, this is another question. I'm trying to think about how this bill might affect other products. And one of the things that we have seen in medicine is we've seen a huge increase in the number of conditions that can be treated due to biological products that are available. We've debated bills about biosimilars in this committee in the past. And one of the things that the FDA tells us about biologics is that they aren't like drugs where they're manufactured from ingredients, but they compare the biological activity of these things that are being manufactured. So I'm not sure that the ingredients are actually even known for biologicals. My question is, have you considered such products in this bill, or should we just make an exception for that?
Thank you, Representative. And no, I did not consider that. I am not a doctor or in the medical field at all. So I was not even, I didn't really look into that at all. So.
Thank you.
Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question again. Could you help me out? Could you give me an example of something that might be listed in an injection that would catch your eye, that would precipitate a no for an injection? I'm kind of curious.
I thank you for the question, and no, I cannot, because I've never actually been given a list of anything that's been given to me, or when I was in the hospital for emergency surgery, given a list of any of those medications that were given to me. So I don't know. I couldn't tell you which ingredients I had a reaction to.
Follow up, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Is there a class of chemicals that you would be looking for? Is there any indicator at all that as you interact with the provider that's going to give this injection that you know ahead of time, like a peanut allergy is easily to articulate? Is there something that you are looking for?
Thank you, Representative. No, there is nothing specific that I'm looking for. I just think that it is the patient's right to know what's being injected into their body. I think we as consumers want to know what we're eating in our food, and we demand that labels are put on our food so that we know what's in that. And what is the difference between consuming something and having something injected into you? Why wouldn't you want to know what's being injected into you versus what you're eating, is my question.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, the chair calls on Nick Doherty. He's from Boston and the home of the champion Red Sox. And he is a lobbyist with the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America. And he has signed in opposition to the bill. Mr. Doherty.
I just want to make sure, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So thank you for having me today. As mentioned, my name is Nick Doherty. I'm the Director of Policy at Pharma for the New England region, and I am based down in Boston. The Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America represents the country's leading innovative biopharmaceutical research companies, which are devoted to discovering and developing medicines that enable patients to live longer, healthier, and more productive lives. Since 2000, pharma member companies have invested nearly $1 trillion in the search for new treatment and cures, including an estimated $83 billion in 2019 alone. Now, prior to coming on, I've had an opportunity to listen to the discussion with the committee. It's been very informative, and also gave me an opportunity to search the internet during the discussion. Now, I am here to testify in opposition to House Bill 146, and that is because pharma believes it's unnecessary and also may be preempted by existing federal law under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. The statement that we did submit to the committee provides a lot more detail of the federal laws already in place that address ingredients on prescription labels. And for the sake of time, and just in response to some of the questions, I'll try to address the general ideas here. So the FDCA regulations already require drug labels to identify each active and inactive ingredients on a label. Any label that does not conform to these requirements would be considered misbranded and subject to FDA enforcement. Now, the FDCA regulations also expressly include exceptions for listing inactive ingredients that would result in divulging trade secrets, and when it's just trace amounts of harmless substances that are added for identification of the product. Now, because House Bill 146 does not contain a parallel exception to either FDCA requirements, this proposal would create a conflict between the state and federal law, which is the reason why we believe it would be preempted by existing federal law. But in addition to the preemption issues, and I think this is where a lot of the conversation was happening today, there are two websites where this information could be found. The ingredient information, both active and inactive, could be found online. The first one is the NIAH Daily Med database. So this would allow anyone, while I was sitting here, I did search a couple of my medicines to see if they were on there. So anyone from patients, caregivers, healthcare providers, and members of the public can search in a number of different ways. It's either by drug, by the National Drug Code, so every drug has an NDC, or by drug class, or by a set ID. So that is, I believe it was Rep. Nelson asked the question about how you could search. So scientific name would be one way, or NDC, which is on every bottle or information that is provided to a patient. And then the other way to do this on the FDA website, there's also a database that allows for searches by both active and inactive ingredients. So for those reasons, we are opposed to the bill. I'm happy to take any questions from any of the committee members to provide further information.
I have a question, Mr. Doherty. This is the Chairman, Mark Pearson. If the search on the websites that you mentioned, I believe you, I've never done it, but I believe you, then it shouldn't be very difficult for somebody in a doctor's office to do the same when a patient wants something injected, should it?
Correct. So the doctor would be able to sit at their desk or on a smartphone and go to that website and search based on an NDC.
Thank you. Anyone else from the committee with a question for Mr. Doherty? Let's see it here.
Somebody's hand.
I see, it looks like Representative Knurk.
Thank you. Mr. Doherty, would you then agree that if a person has a specific concern, that it would be less cumbersome on a practice for them to go seek this information at the websites you've quoted, rather than to ask a provider who then has to stop the work in their office to look up this information and provide it to the patient? Would that be a more efficient way for a given person who is worried to find that information?
I can't speak to which would be more efficient, but the opportunity would be available in either way. Always a fan of having multiple bites at the apple. So it could be a review in the doctor's office, or the patient could look on their own, or have a parental guardian or a caregiver look up the information for them.
I don't see a yellow hand, but I see a larger hand from Mr. Acton. Representative Acton, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because I'm in the host mode, I can't seem to raise my hand, so I'll put my own big hand up there. But anyway, Mr. Doherty, couldn't this be handled as simply as the industry creates a clearinghouse of an online database of all this information, and simply just hand the person who asks a business card that gives them login information, and then provide them all the data they want? Couldn't it be that simple?
You don't even need login information. This is a public website that anyone can log into. In the testimony that we included, you can click in the link, click the website, and it'll bring you directly to the location where you can look up any drug based upon, the class, the NDC, or an ID number. So it's not anything that's exclusive to the manufacturers. It's publicly available.
Websites.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but Representative Acton asked the question.
Anyone else? Representative Gay.
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my question. What exactly is the website name that has the NDC, class, scientific name, et cetera?
So if you were to look at the testimony that we presented, it's the NIH Daily Med database.
.com?
Let's see. So dailymedNLM.nih.gov.
So Daily Med, no spaces, nothing. DAIYMED.NLM.NIH. NIAH or NIH?
NIH.
.gov.
Correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Doherty, for your testimony.
Thank you for having me.
The chair now recognizes Douglas Phelan, and your email address indicates you are with Elliott-HS, which I would conclude as health systems. And so we recognize Mr. Phelan.
Hello, is this working?
Yep. Yes, it
Very
is.
good. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable representatives. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Douglas Phelan. I am an attending family medicine and preventive medicine physician practicing in Bedford, New Hampshire, and I'm a resident of Salem, New Hampshire. I'm speaking on behalf of myself today in opposition of HB 146. I posit to you that the potential harm this bill seeks to protect against, which is, if I'm interpreting right, the administration of an injectable pharmaceutical without providing information as requested by the patient or patient's proxy, that this is already protected against. We are bound by our vocation as healthcare providers to act ethically in the care of our patients. If that binding does not suffice, we are also bound to the New Hampshire Board of Medicine to abide by the rules of the board, and as referenced by the board, the American Medical Association Code of Ethics. Ultimately, an autonomous patient can agree to treatment or decline it, and after discussion with the provider, and after requesting any information that is additional. It follows that the request is integral to the decision. It's important to the patient, and so we, providers, provide it. Furthermore, by federal law from 1986, we furnish at every vaccine administration a VIS, or Vaccine Information Statement. Notably, I'm sure the authors are aware this does not include ingredients. However, even though it's not in the VIS, we still provide it when asked because our patient expressed that it's important to them in their decision. I was trained at what was for 20 years the only family medicine residency in this state. I can tell you that we are trained to answer patient questions. It would not, for example, be good care if a patient asked me for information and I declined to provide it, while continuing to then go on to administer the treatment. In addition to my care for a panel of 2,200 patients and my experience in an office that cares for nearly 17,000 Granite Staters, I have not seen any account of refusing patients information when requested in this manner. Through my involvement with organized medicine in the state, I have also not seen any report that this is happening on any larger scale as well. Additionally, the regulatory burden that this imposes for a harm that is to me neither apparent nor on the horizon is high, and it poses the potential for more burden. I can furnish a list of ingredients, and I already do when I'm asked. They come with the pharmaceuticals. They are also widely available, as we've heard. Keeping paper copies of any list will take time updating, and vaccines and injectable medications are also administered beyond the auspices of a provider's office. Furthermore, I'd like to have consideration that I'm under no such requirement to furnish a list of all medication ingredients for other pharmaceuticals. We discussed the active ingredient, but this has also been addressed already by the representatives thus far with regards to pharmacy administration, but there was the point raised about hospital administration of oral medications. The last and potentially most important arguments I would make are those of patient autonomy and the paramount importance of the patient-provider relationship. To me, there should be a material need to insert government into the medical exam room to make mandatory policies that would impact the care a patient receives. At status quo, patients and their providers discuss treatments. The content of those discussions is part of the beauty and the bedrock of medical practice based in the inherent autonomy of the patient. The healthcare decisions that arise come from shared decision-making models between the patient and their designated medical professional. And for me, when government inserts itself into that practice, there should be a very clear need. And for me, when I look at this, when patients request information, they should receive the information based under the current regulatory paradigms that exist. And so because of that, I speak in opposition of HB 146, and I thank everybody for their time.
Will you take questions?
Yes.
While others decide if they have questions, I have a semi-question. That is, I dropped a primary care physician as mine because the duck-in-the-box facility in which he worked made him see so many patients per day. The questions were not encouraged. Oh, there's nothing that I could quote in a lawsuit, but it's very apparent. He didn't have time. He was not allowed to have time to answer questions such as, what's in this medicine you've prescribed me? And while I very much am in favor of keeping government out of things as much as possible, I had a bad experience, which is why I left that primary care person. I've heard similar stories. So where is my recourse there other than changing PCPs, which is what I did?
I think, unfortunately, that is a story that we hear from patients. I've heard it from patients switching to me, and I know that that is not unique and it's very hard. And I'm sorry for you and everybody who experiences that with certain offices. I would say that this is similar to any other course of treatment, right? If you are not comfortable with a course of treatment that you and your provider formulate through shared decision-making, then we have the right to seek recourse elsewhere through other means. This isn't. We heard the gentleman who was speaking before me from the public testimony had indicated that this information is out there. So for me, when patients ask, it's not too hard for me to get that information. I know that there are some offices that offer stricter time requirements than I am forced to comply with. However, at the end of the day, my responsibility is to my oath as a physician and to my licensure, as well as first and foremost to my patient. And if I was in a situation where I wasn't able to make good shared decisions with a patient, I probably would be looking for a different environment to practice in.
Thank you so much for that statement. I appreciate that very much. as the CEO of a small healthcare facility. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone from the committee with a question for, I'm going to assume, Dr. Phelan? I see no hands up. So thank you, Dr. Phelan, for your testimony. Christina, is there anyone else who has signed in who did not make the list who wishes to testify?
I do not see anyone additional.
Well, then I close this hearing exactly at 12 noon. How about?
Wow.
Yeah, and declare a half-an-hour lunch break and ask you all to be back here at 12:30 so we can do some execing up until our 1 o'clock hearing. Because remember, we're going to be adjourning early today because many of you have another meeting to go to. So see you back at 12:30.
Joe Shapiro, can I ask you a question?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Now I can.
Okay.
The dental roundtable this afternoon is what level is that? I know a fair amount about it. Is that something I could benefit from, or?
Sorry. I guess the Senate organizes these kinds of things. So I looked at one of the other ones they did. It's about, they did one on mental health, the emergency room waiting issue, and they did one on, I think, on education. And now they're just doing these on, current topics. And so it's a half an hour, and myself and Cindy Rosenwald and somebody from the New Hampshire Coalition are going to speak for a few minutes. I don't, you might be able to find out, for example, what happened at the hearing of the Senate bill, which happened last week. But
Okay.
I don't think, for someone who's knowledgeable about this, I don't think there's going to be too much new information.
Okay, well, thanks.
Just a reminder as we get going, we meet again on Tuesday, March 2nd. And I've sent you already the agenda. We will meet again on Monday, March 8th, and I've got to get the agenda in because it has to go in next week's calendar. And if need be, we will meet on Thursday, March 11th, which is the last day we have left to get things out the door. I'm hoping we won't need that day, but if we do, it's going to be available. Can you folks hear me? I think we got unmuted. Good. Then I am opening an exec session on House Bill 220, and we start with Amendment 2021-0334, written on February 11th by Representative Marsh. And Representative Marsh, if you could present your amendment, please.
Yes, thank you. And before I begin, may I officially move that we adopt Amendment 0334H? And then I'd like to speak to my motion.
Yes. And thank you for the reminder. Is there a second? Representative Betty Gay seconds it. Now we'll leave it.
Thank you. The purpose of House Bill 220 is to elaborate in statute that every person has the right to natural, essential, and inherent right to bodily integrity, and that applies to medical treatments. And I personally believe that that has been implicit in the statutes for a long time, but it makes it explicit in the statutes. The problem with the bill as we received it is that it was rather unworkable for a variety of reasons. And the most obvious example is when you consider how it would affect the involuntary emergency admission process for people who are going to be admitted to the mental hospital because they are a threat to themselves or others. Clearly, if it's involuntary, that is not something that they are consenting to. And clearly, as most of us know, because we wrote the laws at some time, the rights of people going through that process are very well protected. So we need to make an exception in this new statute so that those processes that we've already put in place to respect the rights of the individuals involved in them while getting them the treatment that they need continue to work as they work at this point in time. So we made a number of exceptions to this. We made an exception for involuntary admissions. We made an exception in that vaccinations are required as a prerequisite for admissions to schools, which then people or their parents voluntarily comply with so that they can actually go to school and go to school safely. And we have made exceptions for the commissioner's authority to authorize, to order treatments pursuant to the infectious disease statute and also to the pursuant to the venereal disease statute. Last, one of the concerns of the people who brought this bill before us was the, well, before I go to that, we also have occasions in law where people have appointed guardians to make their clinical decisions for them, and we needed to make an exception for that so that that process can continue to happen in the way it does now. Last, one of the concerns of the people who brought this bill before us were that they thought that they were being required to have certain vaccinations as a condition of employment. When I investigated this, I discovered that certain people have been terminated from employment for refusing vaccinations. And when these cases are appealed to the Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, they're educated under a rule that's in federal statute that I referenced at the end of this amendment. Specifically, if there's not an immediate threat that this requirement is addressing, then they are determined to have been terminated without cause and receive appropriate benefits there too. By putting that same standard into statute, we're going to make it so people have the benefit of that protection without going through the long and drawn out process and expensive process of appealing to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. So I believe that this amendment makes the House Bill 220 workable and still maintains the original intent of Representative Lang, who brought it before us, to make explicit in statute that people have the right to their own bodily integrity. So thank you for that.
Representative Woods, you have a question for Representative Marsh.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Marsh. I did pull up the definitions as you referred to, the CFRs. It's still rather vague, and I guess it's supposed to be vague, I guess. Help me out. I run a company. I've got 30 employees. They work in a semi-manufacturing area. They're very close in terms of proximity to each other during this manufacturing process, just by virtue of the nature of the product. An individual applies. Because of COVID, I want everybody to be vaccinated. Thinking back to the situation, I think it was North or South Dakota with the meatpacking plants, and the individual says no. And I said, well, I can't take the risk for the rest of my staff. Where might that play out?
I think that there's a difference between choosing not to hire somebody and choosing to terminate somebody who's currently under your employment. So because it's a clearer question, perhaps you're working in a meat processing plant and one of your employees refuses the vaccination. At this point in time, the COVID vaccination is not an FDA approved vaccination. And I believe that it would be problematic if you terminated them for refusing to take a vaccination that is currently only authorized under an emergency use authorization. Now, until that entirely plays out under the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, I don't think we have benefit of the prior rulings, but by making reference to that statute, we're basically trying to follow the federal law in this instance.
Follow up, yes. And this is an exec session, so it does not have to be a question.
Thank you. You alluded to not FDA approved. However, the EUA is a form of FDA approval. It follows the legislation for the FDA to provide this kind of approval. So in a certain sense, they have two forms of approval. One is the full formal approval, which meets certain criteria. The second is approval for the EUA. So in a sense, it would follow under, at least my understanding is, and again, that's what lawyers are for, I guess, the FDA is still approving it, even though it's EUA and it's under a different protocol. Is that your understanding as well?
My understanding is that I thought it would be good to have state law parallel federal law in this instance, and I agree that the lawyers are continuing to argue about it, and whatever we decide, they're probably going to continue to do so. But this way we are making a standard that is neither stricter nor less strict than federal law.
Representative Weber.
Thank you. I agree that this makes the legislation considerably better, so I will certainly vote for the amendment. All of my concerns about the original legislation still remain, and I think it somewhat ironic that I am sitting here arguing the free market, in that I think that employers ought to be able to set their requirements, and then people ought to be able to decide whether they want to meet them and be employed by that employer, or not meet them and be employed somewhere else. But, you know, life is full of ironies. I'm really concerned about the situation in which I will undoubtedly find myself at some point in my life. I live alone. I might need personal care, personal services, whether it be housekeeping or actual physical care. And if I am presented by two different people who might seek my job, I'm for darn sure going to employ the one who has chosen to be vaccinated rather than the one who has chosen not to be vaccinated, as a matter of my personal safety and my personal choices. And I don't want anybody to get vaccinated that doesn't want to be. I get it that they have their personal choice, but I think that this bill skews the personal choice far too far in the opposite direction. And I think that people have their own personal choices, and they, as boy, this committee is bringing my old teachers to my mind, but as Mr. Schwartz used to say, you gotta make choices and then you gotta live with them. And I really think that that's true. And so I think the bill goes too far. I think the amendment makes it better, but I don't think the amendment answers all the problems. Thank you.
Representative Knurk.
Thank you. My read of the CFR might resolve the concern for Representative Weber, because it does talk about the employer who has, it affects people who have 15 or more employees. So it does sound like a person who is small might be able to set a rule. But more importantly, is we look at the direct threat. This is what makes me feel a little more comfortable. I agree with Representative Woods. It's vague, but the sentence says, significant risk of substantial harm to the health or safety of the individual or others that cannot be eliminated or reduced by reasonable accommodation. So, because the one I worry about the most is a healthcare facility being able to ask that somebody who wishes to have direct patient contact be vaccinated for, let's say, COVID or for flu. And it would seem like that there's not really a good reasonable accommodation. Sure, things we can try to do for source spread for a person who's working with somebody else, but they certainly still will present a threat to their patient if they are not vaccinated and indeed get either COVID or flu, either one. And these are people who are going to be at very unique risk because they are not in the hospital because they're healthy, usually. And as a result, reading this, at least the language as I see it, this still would allow an employer to be able to fire or not hire somebody because they say, look, we can't reasonably accommodate you as a nurse in this intensive care unit if you are not vaccinated for, pick your disease, COVID or flu, some type of true transmissible. So I'm not, at first I wasn't happy with this, but I think the reading of this is so squishy. And I guess I'd really love to have Representative Weber's thought, because she is the token attorney on the committee, as to whether or not that does mean that it would still allow an employer to fire a person who refused to get vaccinated if they were in a position of directly potentially harming a patient. and Representative Marsh, yeah. So I was wondering, okay, headphones are back on. Representative Marsh, you alluded to the fact that it hasn't occurred. Do you say that then that healthcare facilities have not been able to tell somebody that they have to have a flu shot to work in there?
It is my understanding that the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission held that in the time of H1N1, that people who were fired because they refused the vaccine at that time were entitled to benefits. So I believe that at that point in time, that's what they determined. And I believe that more recent rulings may be different, and this is subject to some change. And I don't have a problem with that, because I think that as we understand things better, we need to be flexible.
Representative Snow.
You're muted, Ken.
Ken, you're muted. Are you trying to undo? Oh, shoot, he just hit the leave button. I think he just hit the leave meeting button instead.
No, he did.
Oh, there he is.
Stop
There he is.
video.
No, he's still there. Just got rid of video.
If the host presses the request to unmute button, Representative Snow will get an unmute button right on the front of his screen. That might help.
I sent that about 30 seconds ago.
There he is.
And now he's muted again.
He muted again, Ken.
Let's send him some stickers.
Could you send?
Ken, can you hear us? Oh, there you go. There you go.
You're good.
I'm sorry. I gotta buy a new iPad, I guess. But anyway, is the amendment that we're talking about the correct number 0334H? Is that the one that we're discussing today?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I missed part of this conversation, but I think the question I have, let's use the school system in Chicago, for example. The union does not want them to go back. What would happen if the nursing home union or something pushes this? We're not going to come back unless you do it. Would they have the rights over the people the facility, or the teachers union have more rights than the school board? No idea.
Nobody will bite. Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support the amendment to House Bill 222. I believe it doesn't solve all the issues, but it does address many of the concerns I had. When I look at the federal statute, specifically 29 CFR 1630.2R, it does talk about the issue of a direct threat. So it is defined to a certain degree within the statute, the federal statute, about what a direct threat is. Answer, I think, the question that Representative Nelson raised. There's a difference between having, in my opinion, a threat to an organization versus an organization wanting to have a standard for employment. So if the standard for employment was to have a vaccination as part of that versus a threat to the organization, I think it's a different take on it. This doesn't deal with the standards, it deals with a threat to the organization and also the employees within the organization. So it kind of looks at the individual rights versus the rights of all the other employees within the organization. And I think basically if the employer determines that the threat to everyone else in the organization outweighs the individual rights, that's when this would kick in.
Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was reading through this this amendment. And as a school board member, I recognize that 29 CFR 1630.2 R is focused in on school children. But as a city employer of the teachers and other staff in the school, we have had situations where we've already had teachers come down with COVID and they've been asked to go quarantine instead of staying in school to teach. We also have a memo of understanding with the teachers union that they won't come back to school fully until we meet certain criteria. I'm struggling with this bill and how we as a school board can get our children and their teachers back to school safely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm kind of interested in that discussing 29 CFR 1630.2 and using the examples of being
Unauthorized.
that he's not vaccinated. Should you know, what are their rights
Keep saying, do not turn off your.
come from exposing other people, like people in a hospital or kids? In this case, I'd say the elephant in the room, but to be fair, is an elephant and a donkey in the room. The real concern here is we're talking about COVID because that's our direct concern right now. As my understanding is that COVID does not fit the bill here. You can have the vaccine, it protects you from getting sick, but you can still transmit. That really changes the story about COVID vaccines.
Representative Merchant.
Hey, I was just talking to him, said it's a scam. I got this bill.
All who is not muted, would you please mute? And Representative, I think I called on Representative Cannon, did I?
Yes.
Before, yeah.
Okay, your hand's still up. Representative Webb.
Thank you. I have looked at the direct threat language, and I agree that I will take it on faith that it applies only when there are 15 or more employees, because that's somewhere else in the statute, and I haven't had a chance to up and down on that. But I still don't think that this strikes the right balance for me. I mean, I think that the amendment is better, but my concern is that normally have an employer and they set out what are the core functions of a job. And I'm sort of thinking for purposes of ADA and other things, but you know, there are jobs where you need to be there at 8:30 in the morning because you're the receptionist and you need to be there both to let people in the door and to answer the telephone. And then there are other jobs where it doesn't matter whether you come in at 8 o'clock or whether you come in at 10 o'clock, as long as your work gets done. But I really think that what this does is it shifts the analysis so far in favor of the person who is refusing to get vaccinated that it takes away a significant amount of the autonomy of employers over how they want to set up their workspace and how they intend to make a safe space, not only for the unvaccinated person, but all the other employees, and then all the people that all the other employees go and breathe on, or whatever it is that we're talking about at the time. And I think that if we pass this bill, even with the exceptions, the statement is so broad initially. Now I have, I'm sorry, I have the CFR on my other device rather than the actual bill. But I think the statement in the original bill is so broad, even with the exceptions, that we are going to find it covers situations that are going to make us very uncomfortable. So that's my thought on the matter.
Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the discussion that we're having is that, you know, this CFR reference in this amendment is what I'm hearing from my friends across the aisle is that it's not, doesn't leave enough freedom to the employers. But I would argue that it really isn't changing anything that happens in our state. If someone gets fired currently for refusing to receive a vaccine from, in contrast to an employer's policy, their ability to address that, and seek redress for that is by going through the EEOC and filing a complaint and hoping that they receive a ruling in their favor. And what's in this bill is not going to change that. This bill is addressing government mandating vaccination. That's the whole point of the bill. And, this referencing the CFR just keeps things the same way that they are with employers in respect to employees.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm looking for is in the amendment, there's the employment once you're employed, and there's also pre-employment. So does the amendment as written apply to both pre-employment as well as post-employment? In other words, could an employer have a mandate that you have to have a certain, whatever it may be, to be a condition about employment? Would they still be allowed to do that, which is different than a threat once you are employed? So I look at the threat as current employees, that all of a sudden something is going to threaten the organization, and therefore the employer thinks for the benefit of the whole, we need to do something, which is different than prior employment, where the employer decides the employee, in order to be hired, has to have a certain standard to meet in order to be employed.
Representative Kofalt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess looking at this amendment, I do believe that it addresses the potential concerns and conflicts in the law. So I thank Representative Marsh for having put together the amendment. For what it's worth, I'm just a tad bit uncomfortable with the provision regarding direct threat, because I think that the language there is a bit too ambiguous. Having said that, I will vote for the amendment because I would like this bill to pass. I think it's important. I guess the point I would make is that the decision to be vaccinated or not vaccinated is not a trivial decision. I think that among many people who want the vaccine and intend to get the vaccine, and here I'm talking about COVID, but it could be any vaccine, I think the attitude is very much that it isn't that big a deal. What's the problem? Why wouldn't you want to do this? I can speak personally that for me, the decision to not get the COVID vaccine in particular it comes from a deeply held personal belief. There are people who have very serious concerns about the safety and efficacy of that particular vaccine and other vaccines. And I think that as such, this bill intends to protect people's rights to bodily integrity, their right to exercise their personally held belief, and puts the burden on employers and others to demonstrate that there is a compelling need to require any particular medical treatment, including immunization. We do restrict employers' ability to impose certain employment requirements or standards that have nothing to do with the job. This is common. And I think it's a good thing. If somebody's life decisions don't have anything to do with their ability to perform the job, I think the employer should not be dictating that. So I guess that really is what drives my decision on this, which is that we really need to protect people's right to make that decision for themselves, barring, as is outlined in this amendment, a compelling case on the part of an employer that it is necessary to deal with a direct threat.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe I'm anticipating and going back to the bill when I shouldn't, but I think that in the context of the discussion of direct threat and all the rest of the exceptions here, I think we all need to bear firmly in mind that the underlying bill does not talk about solely about immunizations. It says including immunizations, but it requires that you can't be discriminated against on the basis of any unwanted medical interventions. And I wonder if people who require masks to enter their stores would be held not to be able to do that because it's an unwanted medical intervention for somebody who does not want to wear a mask. They, do storekeepers, hospitals, and other places. Hospitals, obviously, you can say that there is a direct medical necessity, and I think it probably would satisfy the tests under the CFR that we're talking about. But I think that there are other places where, getting into that kind of litigation every single time somebody decides they want to require a mask as opposed to a vaccination, is a very real potential under this bill. So, enormous concern to me. Thank you.
Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, going back to the sponsor and what he was saying on this bill, it's not to, impose new regulations on places of public accommodation. It is to limit what government can do.
Just for the sake of those who are tuning in for the 1 o'clock hearing on House Bill 605, we're almost there, but we're not on 605 at the moment. We are doing an executive session on House Bill 220. I see no further hands. I'm just going to ask Representative Marsh.
Further hand.
Yes, further hand, Weber. Representative.
Representative Weber, you're muted.
Sorry about that.
You just muted yourself again.
You're muted again.
Sorry about that. In response to Representative Cushman's point, if that is what we want to be doing, we need to say that, because this says no person may discriminate, no one may discriminate. It's not limited to government. So if we want to ensure that it's only government intrusion that we are preventing, then we need another amendment that says we are preventing government intrusion, not the blanket that we have here.
Mr. Chairman, may I raise my hand?
You may in a minute. Representative Marsh, I'm about to ask you if you would like another bite at the apple, if you would want us to accept this in the next 3 or 4 minutes, or if you would like to bring us a different amendment addressing these concerns. What is your pleasure?
I think at this time, this amendment is satisfactorily. I will point out to people there's been a lot of talk about discrimination. The word discrimination does not appear here anywhere. It's merely saying that people can't be compelled to have medical interventions. So I'm content to go with this amendment as it stands right now.
The representative wishes to roll the dice on House Bill 220 Amendment -0334H, moved by Representative Marsh, seconded by Representative Gay. Would the clerk call the roll on the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Marsh,
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Acton,
Yes.
Representative Gay,
Yes.
Representative Cushman,
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey,
Yes.
Representative King,
Yes.
Representative Kofol,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative McKay,
Yes.
Representative Snow, Representative Snow.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway is still absent. Representative Cannon,
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham,
Yes.
Representative Shapiro,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Merchant,
Yes.
and Representative Pearson.
Yes.
The amendment passes 20-0 with one absent.
Now we are looking at House Bill 220 amended. The amendment, it becomes almost the entire bill. The only part it doesn't is on the effective date, which is 60 days after passage. Everything else, the amendment replaces the bill. I hope we don't have a long conversation because we've talked about most of it, but we do have a few things that could be said. Representative Weber.
My concern, and of course, in unmuting myself, I've gotten rid of my text of the bill again. The concern that I have is we have left section 1. It doesn't replace section 1 of the bill. And the second sentence, despite what Representative Marsh just told you, the second sentence of section 1, which still exists, is no person may be discriminated against for refusal to accept an unwanted medical intervention, including immunization. It is not limited to who is or is not doing the discriminating, and it applies to every person. So that's pretty darn broad. And I just want to be sure that everybody understands that's what they're voting for if they're voting for it. And that language is why I'm not voting for it, because it doesn't confine things to the government intervention. It means everybody.
Well, Representative Weber, I would ask you please to look at the amendment. I think the amendment says amend the bill by replacing section 1. So section 1 in the old bill is gone, and that language therefore is gone, isn't it?
And I'm sorry, I've gotten confused in my screens here, but can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to have to eat humble pie and say that I was reading the part of the amendments that said inserting after section 1 the following new section. So I was reading line 4 as being the beginning of the bill. So I am going to apologize for that and just say that, you know, not knowing when things are coming up, I ought to have been more prepared. But
thank you, Representative. We've all been there, and doubtless we'll be there many more times. Anybody else with a hand up on the bill? Representative Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am comforted by many aspects of the amendment, especially regarding vaccinations in schools, which my understanding is that will remain exactly as it is, with an exception with the cooperation of a physician or a medical practitioner. So I am comforted by many of the things in the amendment. My sense is that right now, a nursing home does not really have the ability to mandate that all its employees get vaccinated. And under this bill, that would still be the case. So nothing practical would change if my understanding is correctly. But I am still concerned that, you know, there's a little bit of there's more than a little bit. There's a tug of war between the rights of the group versus the rights of the individual. And I am concerned that this kind of further enshrines the rights of the individual over the rights of the group. And in the case of a nursing home, all the patients and other employees who work there. So I am going to vote against the bill.
Anyone else? I think I see Representative Knurk.
Yes, just a follow-up to Representative Shapiro. We often hear that phrase that we've heard for the last 12 months, we're all in this together. And I think that's kind of what Representative Shapiro is driving at. Yes, we do have individual rights, but we also do have the rights to the group as a whole, and we are all in this together. And we have to sometimes change a few things about our behavior for the respect of others, our fellow citizens, or in the case of employment, our patients that we're looking after, that we have to make sure we don't make them sick. So I also think that the amendment makes it markedly better, but I still oppose the bill. Thank you.
Representative Marsh.
Thank you for my fellow representatives, and especially Representative Shapiro. I think that we truly need to be concerned as to whether we are protecting patients in nursing homes and hospitals, particularly considering the number of patients who've died in nursing homes from COVID-19 in the current epidemic. I think that the number of deaths that have occurred in nursing homes in this current pandemic is more than sufficient to make the case that failing to be vaccinated in that specific instance would constitute a direct threat. So I believe that the language as we now have before us would cover that eventuality and allow nursing homes to protect their residents. And for that reason, I intend to support this bill as amended.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also concur with Representative Shapiro that the fundamental issue that I see is the group versus the individual. The amendment, the way it's written, does allow for the employer to make that determination based upon an individual situation, that the benefits of the group outweigh the benefits of the individual. So even though we're leaving it open to interpretation, I think it comes down to allowing the employer to make that determination if the benefit of the group does outweigh, in fact, the benefit to the individual, and therefore they can still mandate under the federal law a requirement.
Final chance before we vote. Seeing Representative Cushman's hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I urge you to vote in support of this bill. You know, we're having this philosophical difference here about individualism versus collectivism. And I just want to remind everybody that this is the United States of America, and the individual rights are protected by the Constitution and enshrined in nursing codes of ethics. Also in provision 1, the right of bodily autonomy and self-determination is outlined as being imperative. It is of utmost importance in care. This is a principle that is threaded throughout our society and throughout our history, and we need to ensure that people have that right. You know, it's not, I don't believe that it's the responsibility of, you know, if someone sees that a risk with a vaccine, they shouldn't have to potentially set themselves on fire to keep others warm, is a way I've heard it phrased before. You know, this is an individual decision, people's health. That's a balance of benefit versus risk to an intervention, and no one should be, you know, on a second tier in society because they make a decision about their health that other people don't agree with. They're individuals and they have a right to make decisions over their bodies. Thank you.
I see Representative Snow.
I will try to be extraordinarily brief. I am also going to vote against this bill, although I do like some attempts that the amendment is made to correct it. I guess when we talk about bodily integrity, that's one thing, but when we talk about integrity from having to wear masks or socially distance, et cetera, that I have the right to refuse to do that, even though I know full well that it endangers people around me. I do not want to give any individual the right to make that claim and put my health and the health of other people that I care about at risk. So I'm going to vote against the bill, although I will vote for the amendment because I think at least that's a qualified attempt to improve what I consider to be a bad bill to start with. Thank you.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little confused. I think have we not already voted the amendment?
We have voted the amendment. We're now voting the bill.
And I would like to say that, having completely missed a small piece, but an important small piece of the amendment, and knowing that we're over time, I would very much appreciate it if we could recess the executive session and until the next time we meet on this bill, because I have been arguing very fiercely against it on the basis of having the no person may discriminate language, which has now been removed. And I'd like a chance to just think about it a little more. And I want to be sure also that I have not been sort of, to the extent that I can influence anybody on this committee, and heaven knows you're all very, very strong people. I want to be sure that I have not been raising red flags for people which have actually been addressed, and I can't really make that determination this quickly. And I'm sorry not to have gotten hold of the right end of the stick earlier, but I wonder if we might just have a little more time on this one.
Let me put this to Representative Marsh as the sponsor of the now amended bill. Would you like us to come back to this, Representative, or are you ready to roll?
Well, that's two separate questions. Personally, I'm ready to roll, but I don't think Representative Weber's ready to roll. And this committee usually works fairly cooperatively, and she's made accommodations for me in the past, and I'm okay. The deadline for this is not tomorrow, so I'm willing to let it go until the next time we exec bills. But it's your pleasure.
Decisive on many occasions. And so let's do that. Let's just. All right, is that a hand surgeon demonstrating his craft, or does he wish to be recognized? Representative Woods.
Thank you. I'm going to expose my perhaps confusion, but I need clarification. The amendment that we addressed, I thought I understood, but could you clarify exactly the number of the amendment that we talked about?
0334H.
That's exactly what I thought. Might I add, and this was to a comment made by Representative Weber, that section 1 still stands. And amendment states, it says, amending by inserting after section 1. So section 1 in the original bill would still stand.
No, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
No, I neglected to read line 1. I believe you're reading line 3, and you just took the same wrong turn that I took to begin with. Line 1 says amend the bill by replacing section 1 with the following. So the language of the original bill that has the this is why I'd really like a little more time, basically, to get this sorted out.
I see where you're. I did not read line 1.
No, we're going to move on because one good question leads to another, and I'm going to take the suggestion that we will look at this and continue the executive session from where we left off. We don't revote the amendment. That's been voted in. If Representative Marsh wishes to do anything, or anybody else wishes to bring an amendment, they have the right to do that. We will not be picking this up until at least we meet again, if not later. And the chair calls on the clerk for probably a procedural question.
You guessed that one. For past clerks, do I begin an executive session report, turn it in, and then later do a supplement, since we did vote on the amendment today?
I would defer to my predecessor for wisdom on that, and I didn't even bring Masons with me.
I can ask, I can contact Paul Smith.
I would ask HCS, frankly.
Okay.
My own thought would be hold it until we have the entire executive session completed.
Okay.
But they may want it done differently, so.
Okay, I'll double check with them. Thank you very much.
But I'd hold on to it until we got all the way done.
Okay.
Executive session is in recess, and now the chair opens I don't even know what it is, a discussion, a hearing, that's it, on House Bill 605. And we start with an amendment on that. Amendment 2021-0482H, an amendment to 605. Actually, we're having a hearing, so I'm totally.
Yeah, we have to hear the bill first.
You need to have somebody introduce the bill.
That is where my mind was limping towards. So, right, 605 FN, Representative Conley, your bill.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. I am Casey Conley, State Representative from Dover, Stratford County District 13, and I am here to introduce HB 605. This bill contains a number of enhancements to the New Hampshire Therapeutic Cannabis Statute, some of which the House has heard before, and some of which this committee has heard before in separate measures. But I will highlight a few key aspects of this bill. Now, one is it would allow for home cultivation of cannabis for people who are designated caregivers. That's something not allowed under statute. The bill sets guidelines and restrictions for how this would be done. And it also provides an avenue for people who use this medicine to get it at a more affordable price. We know cost is a recurring concern for therapeutic cannabis patients, and this could presumably help with that. It also sort of brings New Hampshire's standards for therapeutic cannabis more in line with surrounding states. It adds 2 new qualifying conditions, one for moderate and severe insomnia, the other for opioid misuse disorder. It will allow therapeutic cannabis patients to be certified for up to 3 years instead of every year. It would allow people from other states who are qualified and certified in the places they live for therapeutic cannabis to access their medicine within New Hampshire. Therefore, eliminating issues around transporting the medicine across state lines, and just ensures that they can have access to it while they're visiting our state or working here or whatever brings them here. And finally, there are just a number of other housekeeping points included in this bill. So although I am the prime sponsor, the work done on this bill was done by the Democratic leader, Representative Rennie Cushing. This is really his work. I fully support these changes, of course, and I'm happy to sponsor the bill. He is intending to testify today. So I'm happy to take questions. I'm also happy to cede the floor to him and to others who would be better prepared to answer questions the committee might have. But with that, I will certainly do my best.
The chair next will call Representative Rennie Cushing.
Can you hear me?
Again.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Rennie Cushing from Rockingham District 21, and I'm here in support of this bill. when the legislature kind of went into hibernation last year, there were a number of pieces of legislation that had passed both the House and the Senate that related to our therapeutic cannabis program. And what I did in the early spring, late spring and early summer, was to cobble bills that had been passed by the House, primarily through this committee, and bills that had been passed through the Senate that related to therapeutic cannabis, and put them together. And I tried to bring them forward to the Senate in the hopes that it might make the cut as one of the omnibus bills that the Senate put before us. Unfortunately, I was told that there would be no bills that had the word cannabis in them that would make it to the level of being able to be an omnibus bill. So what you have before you is essentially that would be omnibus bill that we bring in now. And I'll say what the bill contains includes Senate Bill 548 from last year and Senate Bill 703 from last year. Those were both passed by the Senate unanimously on their way. Both of those bills were requested by the Department of Health and Human Services, by the Therapeutic Cannabis Program, and it's incorporated. And one of the simple protections for employees of Health and Human Services for transporting, materials that would be otherwise prescribed, but doing so as part of their job for working with the Therapeutic Cannabis Program. And the other was making some changes relative to the registry identification card. Again, simple matters that the agency thought would be appropriate and did. So then it also included House Bill 366, which added opioid misuse and abuse to the qualifying conditions, and House Bill 461, which added insomnia to qualifying medical conditions. It also included House Bill 1150, which permitted qualified patients visiting from the out-of-state to access New Hampshire therapeutic cannabis dispensaries. Right now, Maine, some states recognize a reciprocity. If someone is a therapeutic cannabis patient here in New Hampshire, they go to Maine on vacation or go to school, their card there is recognized and they can use it in a dispensary. Right now, New Hampshire does not have a similar reciprocity system, so that was a pretty straightforward request. And the last two are House Bill 1356, which repealed the Therapeutic Use of Cannabis Advisory Board, and House Bill 1591 relative to cannabis use during pregnancy, both of which, as you know, passed the House. And I believe that they are before you as new bills, separate bills this session. But anyhow, that's basically what's included in House Bill 605. I wanted to know where it came from. I wanted to, ask your support for it.
Mr. Leader, will you take questions?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Anybody for Mr. Leader? Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Leader, for taking my question. It appears that we have actually already execed several provisions that may be either included or similar to provisions that are in this bill. Would you be okay if somebody on the committee took out, knowing the Senate's dislike of omnibus bills not created by them, would you be okay if committee members took out the pieces that we've acted on separately already and simply left the other bits of the bill?
Of course. I'm going to see that. Again, as I said, I recognized that, when this bill was written and submitted, I had no idea which individual component, what other bills would be out there that would relate to this. I know that you've passed legislation, and if that makes sense, go ahead and do it, please.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the Democratic leader?
I think Representative Acton wants to ask me a question.
Okay, Representative Acton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Leader. Would you believe that it was probably me who should have communicated with you and cleaned this up before it got to this point, but it happened at a time when I was extremely busy and it slipped through the cracks like earlier this morning?
Representative Acton, I always appreciate your leadership on this issue, and I always enjoy collaborating with you on trying to improve our therapeutic cannabis program. I'm not sure that things happen. It's a busy time. So however it is that that you and your committee feel would be best to proceed, I'm supportive of that.
Thank you, and I will be available for working on the amendments.
Representative Folsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Cushing. My question is having to do with the first portion where it protects employees of the Department of Health and Human Services when possessing or transporting. Do they have protections for if they're in possession for transporting any other kinds of medications that would otherwise be illegal to transport without a prescription?
I do not believe that they do. I believe that this was, this would recognize that there are exemptions for, do we make exemptions under the therapeutic cannabis law for use or for possession of substances that otherwise are prohibited. And this would ensure that that an employee of DHHS who in the process of transporting this isn't held liable for it. I think it's kind of, I can't anticipate anyone actually being prosecuted for doing their job, but it cleans the law up.
Representative Marsh.
My hand is not raised.
Sorry?
My hand is not up, but thank you for recognizing me.
So I can recognize you all from about 30 feet now. Anyone else? Then thank you, Mr. Leader, and we all stand with you at this time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Knurk.
Thank you very much. And again, for the record, Representative Jerry Knurk, representing Carroll County District 3, and I'm here again today in my capacity as the chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. I sent everybody written testimony. A lot of it is redundant with what we said before, but I wanted it in the record for this particular bill. So I will be kind of glossing over things because, again, this is a bill that certainly has a lot of different parts to it. And the part that I'm going to primarily concentrate on then is the part about opioid use disorder. If you look at HB 605, page 1, lines 22 to 28, that adds opioid use disorder as a qualifying condition. Yet, as already has been stated, this language stems from a 2019 retained bill, HB 366, which sought to add opioid use disorder, OUD, as a qualifying condition. TCMOB did consider this condition in detail with a preliminary discussion, hearing, and really a couple of different meetings where we had rather robust, heated discussions about it. And the point is that the question of using therapeutic cannabis and OUD is complicated. First, it's important to understand, and this is really critical, that cannabis does have benefit in treating chronic pain, either replacing an opioid or decreasing the required dose of an opioid for a patient to have sufficient relief. But that fact does not prove that cannabis can successfully treat OUD, because OUD is different than chronic pain. It is an addiction with craving and life disruption, so very different. So we can't make an automatic assumption. Point is, cannabis has a lot of bioactive cannabinoids and terpenes that all have different physiologic effects. THC, the psychoactive component that causes euphoria, and this is the tricky part, it stimulates the reward system. And therefore, it does have addictive properties, which is what can lead to cannabis use disorder directly and the increased rate of OUD in people who have chronic cannabis use. And that may be counterproductive in treating OUD. Now, CBD can be very helpful in reducing anxiety and craving in the early abstinence from opioids. So it may have a role in treating OUD by reducing the risk of relapse. So in 2019, we worked really hard to try to develop some compromise language to allow OUD as a qualifying condition, but again with some rather strict parameters. The parameters being that we certified only by a clinician waivered to provide medication-assisted treatment for OUD, or a certified addiction medicine or addiction psychiatry physician, and would be used to treat the cravings or the withdrawal. And it's important for you to understand that the certifying provider does have the authority to require that the ATC would provide a CBD dominant therapeutic cannabis if that's what they desired. Ultimately, the board voted to not approve OUD as a qualifying condition, but the decision was quite split. It was 4-6. And so I brought that recommendation back to HHSEA in the fall of 19, and then it came through to us to vote on later in the early part of 2020. And the committee, HHSEA, did vote to still approve OUD. They felt that, you know, they got kind of mixed guidance from TCMOB and felt it was reasonable enough to still put it in. Again, it passed the House but died in the table in the Senate. Now, I brought it back to the board. We decided not to formally re-vote on it, but we did actually even work on the language a little bit further, implying that, you know, again, we understand that this isn't a cut and dried decision. So we clarified one other thing, which will need to be added to this if we go forward with this. We wanted to clarify that that waivered physician has to be the physician that's providing the MAT for that individual patient, not just any random person that does MAT, but the person who cares for the patient who's being certified. And in my written testimony, I do have that language and that phrase that needs to be added for the individual patient. The section on insomnia, we've already talked about that. That's in HB 89. We've already passed that this morning. I won't go any further on that. The autism spectrum disorder, I was going to bring forward again a request to add that as an amendment here if desired, but again, we've already added that to HB 89, so it's probably not necessary to consider that for this bill, depending on whether strategy-wise we think it's better to have an omnibus bill or not. But given what we've just said, the other side of the wall doesn't always like an omnibus bill they didn't write, so it's probably better to let that be freestanding. The pregnancy and cannabis use, I would say, again, HB 163, which we're voting on in a couple of days, does an even better job than in this bill. It's more robust and it includes that education about cannabis use in adolescents. So that could certainly be amended out. So the bottom line is large portions of this bill can be amended out. And the OUD, though, is still, I think, somewhat of a controversial question, but with the rather strict criteria that the TCMOB came up with, I think they will be at least understanding if this gets passed. They weren't adamantly against it by any means. I would also just want to quickly comment on that issue about that first section. It is just clarifying some language about the immunity for the Alternative Treatment Center. It just simply adds, because the original language just said, if they're giving this information to qualifying patients. But we know that a lot of patients have designated caregivers, and it allows it to be able to be dealing with designated caregivers and visiting qualifying patients. So it really is just a technical correction. That's really all I have. Basically, again, in summary, OUD is reasonable to consider with a mixed feeling from the board, and the other things we've really kind of taken care of. And some of the issues which have to do with much more mechanical and not medical, I'm going to defer to Michael Holt to discuss those. Thank you.
Any questions for Representative Knirk? Representative Folsom.
Hey, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Representative Knirk. I'd like to piggyback onto something Representative Weber said earlier about the Senate and omnibus bills. When I look at the first point in the analysis, looks like just a cleanup kind of legal issue. The other is the OUD, which is a more complex medical issue. The permit out of state residence almost seems like a commerce type issue. Would it now be better for all of us in our brains and handing this over to the Senate if these were separate bills?
Personally, I think that would have been better. I'm not, I know omnibus bills can be more efficient in some senses, but you're right. When we're dealing with medical questions and we're linking them together with correcting language and linking them together with some extensions and changes, I think it can make it difficult to pass, which is why I think, for example, the insomnia and ASD are better to just stay in 89 because that's a clean bill without a lot of other baggage that might bring down the passage of those qualifying conditions. So I wish it were the case. I don't know if we can divide the bill or not. I'm not sure if that's our capability, but a lot of it can just be amended out. And I know that we have an amendment that has been sent out by Representative Marsh. I think it might amend out too much because it leaves out the qualifying condition of OUD, if I remember right. But that's something we'll talk about later.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. I'm not quite sure, Mr. Chair, who I should address this to. Representative Knirk brought up the question of whether or not it can be broken out into separate bills. So this might be your question or Representative Weber's question. As far as where should we even look at that?
My experience and knowledge, I don't think we can break this bill up in a number of places and send them to a number of committees. That should sail, but.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Knirk, for taking this question. First, I'd just like to add that the cannabis cultivation bill also was exec and voted ought to pass in this committee too. So that is another one that could be edited out of this bill. My question really revolves around all the specific considerations in the OUD bill. You know, specific kinds of providers, specific kinds of products at the ATC. This would also apply to the autism spectrum disorder amendment that we looked at before. And I'm asking this in naivete. I just don't know how it works well enough. And it seems like most of the qualifying conditions earlier on were just black or white. You got qualified or you didn't. So I'm wondering how onerous these specific considerations are for patients, practitioners, the ATCs to actually keep track of and, you know, use the specific considerations. It seems like a lot more, it seems a lot more complicated, but maybe it isn't. So you're the one to ask.
Well, here's the issue. Remember, in the beginning, it was a bunch of legislators that passed this based on testimony. We didn't do the kind of deep dive that TCMOB does, and those of you who are providers know just how much time a lot of providers can spend really digging deep and into all the details about treatment and what's the best way to do something. I mean, if we read any clinical guidelines, you know that they're really long and a lot of information in them because it isn't always really straightforward. This is an intentionally high barrier because, again, it is not something where everybody with OUD ought to just start taking therapeutic cannabis because we don't want to cause harms by too much THC, which may be counterproductive. So the goal was to have somebody who knows what they're doing, so somebody who treats addiction or medication-assisted treatment, and with really dealing with the cravings and withdrawal is the primary thing. So with all that in mind, this is one where it is so dicey. Now, it may be that when we go back and revisit some of those other older qualifying conditions, we may add some more conditions. Would it be burdensome? Yes and no. I mean, it means that the patient simply can't go to their PCP and say, hey, doc, I want to try therapeutic cannabis because I've been really having a lot of problems for the last 3 years with my heroin addiction. Probably a primary care doc shouldn't be doing that. But if they are waivered to do medication-assisted treatment or they're an addiction psychiatrist, they would have the understanding as to how this all works. And we have these kind of people on the board, which is what makes this such a robust discussion. For that provider, if you asked your person who's already taking you through on your Suboxone therapy or something like that, they'll be aware of this and they can just say, you know, either yes or no. As far as the department, Michael Holt will have to answer that, but I would presume it's not overly burdensome because they would just look at the credentials of the person who sent in the certification. But it does add probably a little complexity. But these are bars that we set intentionally to make it more difficult because we don't have the kind of straightforward FDA approval because it's a Schedule I drug.
Follow up?
Follow up, yes, sir.
Yes, maybe you've already said this, but I understand the clinical considerations completely, and I think you've done an incredibly thorough job. So it's really just the practicality. You know, if we make it clinically sound, but then too complicated to use, it kind of defeats the purpose. So I would look forward to hearing from Mr. Holt about how smooth he feels that this could be accommodated.
Right. And the other thing that is interesting is, again, this is one of the great virtues of having a patient representative. We're currently on our meeting in a week and a half, we're going to be hashing through SB 29, which is another bill. And one of the things that we are really troubled with is, does it set up too many barriers for people because it has a limit on the strength of THC that would be available in a dispensary for somebody who's under age 21. And the question is, you know, we agree with the medical concept, but same with thing you're saying, is it too much of a barrier? So we do take that into account, and that's where that patient representative and the AT representatives really help us a lot because they didn't have any difficulties with this particular issue on this one. But it is something we do take into account. Thank you.
Anyone else for Representative Knirk? Seeing no one, then the chair calls on Mr. Michael Holt.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program. Thanks for the opportunity to provide information about House Bill 605. Yeah, I'm happy to answer these questions that have come up, and I'm happy to provide some a little bit of clarity on the framework here. So to echo Representative Cushing, this bill is all of the bills from last session that passed at least one chamber of the legislature and was tabled by the other chamber. So this is an omnibus bill from every piece of legislation, TCP legislation, that passed at least one chamber from last year. There are a total of 8 provisions in this bill, 7 of which are listed on page 1, the analysis section. Of those 8 total provisions, the first 2 are part of the department requested omnibus bill, which is currently in the Senate Bill 162. 4 of the remaining ones have standalone bills that this committee has already execed on. There are 2 provisions left, of which this bill is the only vehicle for consideration. On the analysis section, those would be parts 3 and part 5. Part 3 would add opioid use disorder, and part 5 would permit out-of-state residents to access the New Hampshire ATCs. So in terms of an amendment that would pare this bill down to be not redundant with anything else in this session, the sections related to parts 3 and part 5 would be maintained and everything else could be eliminated. And I'm happy to walk through anyone, the representative who will be preparing an amendment to deal with the cleanup of this bill to make sure we get all the I's dotted and the T's crossed. So with that, I would ask the chair if that is the intent or the likely intent, we can talk about the 2 provisions of this bill that are part of the department's omnibus bill in the Senate, which is the protections for TCP department staff to possess cannabis for regulatory purposes, and also section 2 or part 2, which is a cleanup based on a performance audit by the LBA from 2019. So I'm happy to go through these sections of the bill that are redundant with our bill in the Senate that we would support, that we do support, department requested, if that's the best use of the committee's time. So I would pause there to say how much do you want to hear from me about this bill based on a potential amendment coming along down the pike?
Mr. Holt, let me throw this out, and I can see everybody, if they make dramatic gestures. Does this sound good to the committee that what we hear going forward is about those parts which are likely to be removed by amendment as unnecessary? We've already done them. And so to save time, we just hear about the parts that potentially we could keep. Is that good? Make an up and down motion? Okay, and if it's not good to you, make a sideways motion. And if you're not sure, diagonal. Okay, somebody fell out of a chair on that, sorry. Yes, Mr. Holt, please go on the parts that we're likely to keep.
Okay, very good. So the two, again, to reiterate, there's two sections of the bill that will be coming over from the Senate as part of our omnibus bill, which we support, would be parts 1 and 2. Audit-related information to increase the duration of a certification for up to 3 years, and also to allow department staff to possess cannabis for regulatory purposes. So those are the provisions that will come over. We'll hear those when it comes over from the Senate. Representative Knurk has done an excellent job introducing the section of the bill that would add opioid use disorder. The department doesn't have a position on that. The TCMOB is doing fine work in this regard. The only other provision that I would like to speak about, and again, this is a provision that does not, the department does not have a position on. However, my testimony will establish that it is of value, and the legislature should consider it, or it can consider it, and that is the provision, it's listed as number 5 on the analysis section, permits visiting qualifying patients, basically patients who have medical marijuana cards from a different state, the opportunity to access New Hampshire's alternative treatment centers. So this is the main policy provision proposal here. Currently under state law, we have what I would call limited reciprocity. What that means is that the current law allows out-of-state cardholders to legally possess cannabis in the state of New Hampshire. They're afforded the same protections from arrest and prosecution for possessing cannabis in accordance with our state law as New Hampshire residents do. However, they are not permitted by state law to purchase cannabis in New Hampshire or acquire cannabis through any means legally in New Hampshire from either a patient or a caregiver in New Hampshire. What this means is that we allow visiting qualifying patients the opportunity to legally possess it here, but we are encouraging them to break an additional federal law by carrying it across state borders. So what this bill would do would allow those visiting qualifying patients to access the ATCs here, purchase cannabis products here, so that they don't run afoul the federal prohibition of crossing state lines with therapeutic cannabis. In addition, this provision of the bill would also clarify the law for the purposes of law enforcement. Right now, current law affords this protection to out-of-state patients only if they have a qualifying medical condition that is recognized by New Hampshire state law. So, for example, a common condition for therapeutic cannabis throughout New England is anxiety. New Hampshire does not permit patients with anxiety to possess cannabis. What this means is that someone from Massachusetts who has a medical marijuana card issued in that state for the condition of anxiety, when they cross over to the border, do not enjoy the legal protections because New Hampshire does not permit anxiety as a qualifying condition here in the state. What that means is that law enforcement personnel in the field at a traffic stop would need to have internalized and know all the qualifying conditions here in the state, know that an out-of-state patient may have a different qualifying condition, require that out-of-state patient to also produce a letter from their medical provider that states that qualifying condition, match them up all at the side of the road during a traffic stop. So this proposal would have the effect of simplifying the process and grant a broad recognition of out-of-state medical marijuana cards. So those are the aspects of this provision of the bill that I would ask the legislature to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Before I call on someone to ask you a question, we welcome Representative Soloway back into the meeting by telephone, I believe. And the chair recognizes Representative Weber for a question.
Thank you, and I will note that Representative Salloway is actually visible. He was just muted when he replied, and I'm hoping I am now unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Holt, for taking my question. My question is just one of drafting with respect to the analysis sections 1 and 2, which you said are in a bill coming towards us from the Senate. Is the Senate bill exactly like ours or somewhat different? And do you think we should keep those two in just as belt and suspenders, or do you think they should be taken out entirely if indeed you have an opinion? If you don't want to give an opinion, that's okay too.
Thank you, Representative Weber. I appreciate the allowance to not have an opinion. However, I can say that both of those provisions are an exact carbon copy of what's coming over in the Senate. And I do not have a preference on whether or not they should be maintained here. I fully expect our omnibus bill to pass the Senate with those provisions intact.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very helpful. I appreciate it.
Any other questions for Mr. Holt? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony. And
Mr. Chair, I would like to address Representative Shapiro's question about the department's ability to administer the OUD guardrails.
Yes.
If I may?
Yes.
Thank you. So Representative Shapiro, the department recognizes that it does create a different standard. It's not just a yes, no checkbox. It will require some work on our part to verify that the providers who are certifying for that particular condition are in fact have certified specialties in those in those fields. But that's not something that I see as an administratively burdensome task. It will add some additional responsibilities, but it's something that we can certainly accommodate.
Thank you.
the chair now recognizes Mr. Michael McLaughlin to come back from Sanctuary Alternative Treatment Center.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, but Representative Salloway had his hand up, and I believe it was for a question for Mr. Holt.
I am sorry, my friend. Question away, Representative Soloway.
After unmuting. Unmute.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Holt, are you there?
I am, thank you.
Oh, I always enjoy your testimony. I learned from you. So I have a question. Were the FDA to drop the current categorization of cannabis, would this problem all go away?
That is $1 million or multi-million-dollar question facing the entire country at this point. And it's speculative. Depending on what the federal government did with the federal legalization of cannabis, whether they have options of whether to deschedule entirely, yeah. Which means it's like a tobacco product, or they could reschedule it as a different schedule drug, would determine what impact that has on state legal therapeutic cannabis programs. One of the thoughts in the federal government is to simply remove barriers for states to implement cannabis laws on their own and not have a federal policy. So it really is speculative, up in the air, and with the new federal administration, we may see some action over the next 4 years that we have not seen in the past. So to be continued, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Holt.
Welcome.
I see no one else with a hand up, either yellow or otherwise. So I will now call on Mr. Michael McLaughlin from Sanctuary Alternative Treatment Center.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm going to say the traditional, can you hear me now, voice? No, yes.
No, some of us can't.
Just enough to know how to answer that.
I see my unmuting come up.
You're not muted, but you're very, it's hard to hear.
How's this? Are we better now?
Yes.
Okay. Again, my name is Michael McLaughlin. I'm a lawyer and lobbyist in Concord, New Hampshire. I represent Sanctuary ATC, and we are very much in favor of the provision in House Bill 605 to allow out-of-state patients with legitimate cards from their states to access New Hampshire ATCs. I would remind the committee that last year, House Bill 1150 was heard by the committee, and the committee voted 62 ought to pass on that bill, and we sent it over to the Senate, where it, as people mentioned earlier, it did die on the table. The opportunity to provide service to out-of-state patients with qualifying ID cards is helpful in many ways to the New Hampshire ATCs. We have ATCs that are located close to the borders of Maine and to Vermont, one in Keene, one in Dover, one in Conway, and the opportunity to be able to provide quality therapeutic cannabis to both people from out of state who are near New Hampshire and to transients and tourists who come to New Hampshire to experience New Hampshire experience is very helpful. Again, as Michael Holt mentioned, it's also great to be able to relieve law enforcement of any confusion on who may have the benefits of New Hampshire law. So again, we've been much in favor of leaving the out-of-state provisions in House Bill 605, and would only remind the committee that we had a very good discussion on last year. It's something the department has put together and will help us enforce, and I think it works for New Hampshire. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. McLaughlin? Seeing none, the chair calls on Mr. David Cyrek.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how are you today?
All right, thank you. How are you?
Good, I'm doing great. Thanks again for having me back. I'm Dr. David Sarek, Medical Director for Sanctuary ATC. I did speak earlier in favor of House Bill 89, which also adds insomnia to the qualifying medical conditions to the New Hampshire TC law. So we do support that in this bill as well. I'm not sure if that's redundant or not. And let's see. And we also strongly support adding the opiate use disorder to the qualifying medical conditions as well. And as Mr. McLaughlin just stated too, Sanctuary ATC also supports out-of-state medical cannabis patients' access to our dispensaries here in New Hampshire. In my opinion, this really should have been allowed from the inception of the program. And for those of you who are out there that particularly are opposed to this bill, don't really know how sort of embarrassing it is when a patient from a different state comes with a legal cannabis card and basically has to be turned away at the door by us. It's pretty embarrassing. So, allowing patients access when a different state with a card, obviously will prevent this and actually, make New Hampshire appeal a little less uncompassionate, basically. Also allowing, I'm not sure, was the pregnancy a part of this as well? Yeah, I'm sure the pregnant, like allowing patients education in pregnancy, we obviously support that by readily having available pamphlets or brochures at the dispensary. Other than that, I think we're pretty much all set.
Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. Does anyone have any questions for him? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Sirek. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who has signed up to testify? I worked through my list. Any co-hosts have anybody in their sights?
It looks like everyone has spoken that was signed up.
Well, thank you. It seems to me that there's quite possibly an amendment coming, taking out certain redundant things, and so therefore we will sit on this for a week or so. So we now close the hearing on House Bill 605, and we will go into executive session on House Bill 221, making the state vaccine registry an opt-in program. I have no amendments in front of me. Did anyone bring forth an amendment that somehow I have missed that we need to look at next? No one sees any, so I guess we're all in this together if we're wrong.
I'll make a motion.
Representative Cushman would like to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to pass HB 221 as written. Ought to pass.
Ought to pass, Representative Cushman. Do we have a second? And Representative Gay has seconded it, and now we can have discussion, which can be in the form of a question or in the form of a sentence or sentence fragment. Representative Soloway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As per my comments last week, I don't like the idea of state legislatures intervening in the relationship between physicians and patients. I also absolutely value and cherish the right of citizens to choose their own participation in medical decisions. However, we are on the verge of a viral Armageddon. I mentioned in my comments last week that we would see another avian influenza. About 3 days ago, it was identified as being here. It is in Russia now. You will see it here. It is imperative that we have decent data to be able to track who's immunized, who's not immunized, who's at risk, who's not at risk. Though I'm not crazy about people having to opt in as our role, I must speak loud and clear against this. We need to build a public health infrastructure. It's imperative, and there's no time to waste. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Knurk.
You're
Sorry.
muted, Jerry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, okay. We did hear a lot of testimony about the difficulties of having this be an opt-in. And really what it amounts to is that it is far too easy for people to neglect opting into this. And if a person really doesn't want to be in it, they have that choice to opt out. That's fine. But to make it opt-in means we're going to have a very poor collection of data, as Representative Salloway was just commenting about. But we've heard about the difficulty with communication. And I don't know how many of you have had this problem, but I know I've had a problem where I go into my PCP and they ask about, did I get my flu shot and when did I get it? And I don't remember. And yes, I got it over at the pharmacy. But between the fact that people get their injections at providers, at pharmacies, or now even in freestanding immunization clinics that we have going on for COVID, and that may occur again some other time for other diseases, as Representative Salloway has alluded to, the ability to be able to know whether somebody's been vaccinated or not is critical, particularly that whole issue of preventing redundant vaccinations that are really totally unnecessary, a waste of resources, and might expose a patient to more risk because of getting a immunization too early before right after they've had another one. So for the communication, to be able to actually have things work, it's important. If we look at the countries like Israel who have been able to manage very good, aggressive, robust vaccination programs, a lot of that is because they do have health records that are interoperable. I mean, in our case, you know that you go from your private practitioner to your hospital and they can't even talk to one another with an electronic health record. The ability to have centralized databases for this kind of information should be across the healthcare spectrum. I mean, for example, in the VA, say you live in San Francisco, you hurt yourself in Boston, you go in the VA, you're a VA patient, they got access to your record, they can take care of you. We can't do that across our healthcare system. For vaccinations, at least it's a good start to be able to know who has been vaccinated and who hasn't. And I don't mean for someone above to know necessarily, except maybe for data acquisition for studies, but as far as your own internal communication between your healthcare providers and for your own peace of mind to know what you've had. I do also remember having to get my vaccination records when I moved out to different areas and trying to find out what I had for pediatric vaccines and when I had them. It's very confusing. So I think that this is a bad idea to make it opt-in because far too many people will be compromised without even knowing that they've compromised their care because they did not opt in. If someone really wishes to opt out, that's fine, but do not make it an opt-in. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start at 30,000 feet and then bring it down to 10 feet. When we talk about this, we think of two general themes. One is, the personal aspect of it and the privacy issue, et cetera. But our charge as a legislature is the welfare of our constituents, of all New Hampshire folk. And it's been invoked, Article 2B, and I read it. An individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. I understand that. However, I read the next article, Article 3. When men enter into a state of society, they surrender up some of their natural rights to that society in order to ensure the protection of others. And without such an equivalent, the surrender is void. So that's the balance we have to have. And our charge is to take care of the Granite Staters. To do that, we have to have good data. And we've been asking for good data forever. When I served on Governor Judd Gregg's commission in the 80s, whatever it was, one of the things we came out of it was this state has bad data.
Yep.
And we're still wrestling with it. But let me give you a 10 foot, that's off the 30,000 foot. Let's go down to 10 feet. If we don't have any data about, well, example is school vaccinations.
Yep.
We have no idea whether your kid or my kid or teacher or anybody else has measles, mumps, whatever, okay? And so we have no way to advise. Don't have the data, so we can't advise the teachers, the parents. We've got a cadre of folks here that have never had measles. They've never had mumps vaccine. Just because nobody's wanted it, turns out no one's got it. We don't know that. And so be careful what you ask for, you may get it, because let's take, for an example, mumps. We have no idea whether they've been vaccinated or not, but all of a sudden there's a mumps appear. Well, voila, kid comes home and gives it to his parents. Well, mumps specifically, and I don't know about the others, but I speak from my personal experience. I had mumps as a kid. And we know that when you bring it home to your parents, it can be devastating. My mother almost had to have a tracheostomy because she had such a violent reaction to mumps. On the male side, if an adult male gets mumps, it's very common that they become sterile. So we have to be careful about what we wish for, because we just might get it. And what we might get is worse. So our charge, I really plead, our charge is to take care of New Hampshire within reason. And it's easy to opt out. And we understand that, and that's perfectly fine. But the opt-in, we know makes it very difficult. We know we don't get the data, and therefore we know we can't take care of New Hampshire folks, and we know that there's going to be consequences. So I really encourage that we do not support an opt-in program.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Marsh.
Yes, thank you, everyone. This is a difficult bill. And the reason it's a difficult bill is because I don't like binary decisions. And this is a binary decision. It's either yes or no. And I see very little way to amend the bill to make it more acceptable to everybody. Although if I were, I would remove the word written on line 5. I think that could be problematic. And I think there are a great many points about there being need for better data. There is. We need better data. On the other hand, New Hampshire has not had a functional vaccine registry for some time. And I don't see that anything horrible happened to the state of New Hampshire as a consequence of that. I mean, they did have issues in other states with some childhood diseases, but it didn't happen in New Hampshire. Good, that's possible. We don't really know. We have pretty high immunization rates at this point in time. So at the end of the day, I think that I will not vote. I will support the passage of this bill, but in some ways it's reluctant because I'd like to find something that's more acceptable to everybody.
Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. My concern, I have a couple of concerns. One is the lack of personal responsibility. Aren't we capable of having a card that we carry? And just encourage everybody, carry your card with you, just like a driver's license, to keep a record of these immunizations. My other issue was that my kids had all the shots that were recommended. As a 20-year-old in college, she came down with a massive infection of mumps. It didn't protect her. So I agree, it's very serious illness the older you are, but just having a registry, which I assume encourages people to take vaccines, that doesn't make it happen. And I would think for our records, our statistical records in the state, can't everybody just report that they gave them out, that they administered them without a person's name being attached? That feels like a violation of my medical privacy, but I don't mind if my data goes in to a pool and just said we gave out this many of vaccines of this type in this month.
Thank you. Before we go to round two, anybody who has not yet spoken in round one, Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will support this bill wholeheartedly. I believe that, and I know I mentioned it in my our last executive session, that informed consent is paramount when it comes to any personal health matters, whether it's personal information or, taking an intervention. To piggyback off of Representative Gay's point, having a vaccine registry does not, going off of the Article 3 of the Constitution, it says, if there's no, without an equivalent, the surrender of your rights is void. And you cannot guarantee that putting your information in a vaccine registry, protects society as a whole, because vaccines are not 100%. We've seen this with mumps outbreaks in 100% vaccinated populations. Some vaccines, like the COVID vaccine, haven't been determined to even offer protection to other people, just the recipient. And additionally, when it comes to putting your information in this database, we shouldn't be tricking people. The arguments I'm hearing are, well, it's easy. It's too easy to opt out if we require consent. Well, that implies that you're setting up obstacles to go against someone's will on purpose to trick them into obtaining their information. So I think that this bill just needs to be passed, and I would appreciate your support on that. Thank you.
Representative Acton.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for hearing me out. About a year ago, this time, COVID was on its way here. We knew it, and we saw what was going on in Italy, and it was quite horrifying. So I started taking part in ad hoc online groups to try to get more information. And some of the groups were run by epidemiologists and so forth, where we would actually be able to discuss what are the possibilities of vaccines, what are the different therapeutic treatments for COVID, and it was a great resource. But little by little, these groups started getting deplatformed and in essence censored. So what we did was we started creating our own language. Coronavirus became cerveza sickness because we didn't want to trigger the AI bots that listen to what's going on in a YouTube video and then delete the video if you talk about certain things that aren't allowed. And what happened was the World Health Organization viewpoint became the only correct viewpoint, and any other conflicting information was banned. And it was really disconcerting to see these groups fall apart one after another, and some moved to other platforms, others just disappeared. And so I was seeking good data, and I couldn't do it because we weren't allowed to have good communication. And so I'm taking a hard line on these bills. As much of a hard line as a milquetoast guy like me can make. I'm taking a hard line on the some of these because I think there needs to be pushback. If I can't communicate, and if I'm shut out of everything except this global organization, then we don't have good communication and we don't have good data. So, I'm like I said, I'm not a vaccine extremist in any way. I'm waiting to get mine March 17th. But I'm really concerned at the lack of understanding for those of us who are trying to find out more information are being shut down on the only way that we can communicate now, which is social media. So my little way of protesting is I'm going to take a hard line on this bill here and possibly some others as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. One is, I think the patient has the ultimate authority to opt out. They don't have to get the vaccine in the first place. So if they want to protect themselves from getting the vaccine and the registry itself, I think it's simple enough just not to receive the vaccine. The other issue I look at is I think people are concerned about the data going into a database and the privacy connected to it. Let me show you a story. I went into a provider. The medical assistant's going over my drug history. They said, "Oh, I see, Mr. Merchant, you're on this drug." A drug the person I was seeing, the provider, did not prescribe for me. So I said, "How did you know I was on that drug?" He said, "Oh, it's in your claims data from the insurance companies. We buy it." So therefore, they were getting all the data for all their patients through the drug benefit program people, unbeknownst to me. So my privacy just went right out the window. So as much as we're talking about privacy here, I just want to let people know that in the New Hampshire Department of Insurance, they have the data. Your PBM, your drug plan has the data. Your insurance company has the data. So if we're really concerned about privacy of the data and protecting it, this is not going to get us there.
Before we get to round two, let me say a few things. I'm very conflicted on this. I see both sides of it, and yet I can't split my vote. In this very committee, last year or two, there was a bill asking for a very randomized collection of data. It would be randomized on abortion. And states across the political spectrum, from very red to very blue, have this data. And it was shot down. Interesting. I chair two commissions on the deaf-blind, and the hard of hearing in this state. This is on the other hand. And there's so many things we'd like to plan. How many such and suches do we need? Where do we need to put that? How about resources? Do we need to train more individuals? We really wish we had data. All we have is some stories, and we're not quite sure how that works in terms of reliable, actionable data. And every time we turn around, there's no data. People are not signing up, or there's no place for them to, or they don't want to, or they've been told that if they signed up and let somebody know they're hard of hearing, the government will be outside and, listen in on their conversation. So, I mean, I hear all of this stuff going along. And I too wrestle with the confliction of individuals' rights and societal rights. And they're not separate things. You're an individual exercising his or her individual rights sometimes is at my expense, and I'm losing individual rights in that other individual exercising too many individual rights. So I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do, except at the moment I'm very conflicted. Round two, Representative Knurk.
Thank you. Yes,
Point of order, sir.
Yes.
Representative Weber had her hand up. And she wanted round one.
Oh, yes, Representative Weber. This isn't round two talk, is it? Is this a point of order?
I haven't had a round one yet.
You haven't?
No, I know you're shocked at that, but I haven't, uncharacteristically.
I invite you and beg you please to break silence.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Representative Acton, for looking after my interests, even though I don't deserve it after my earlier performance.
Oh.
Here's the thing. We're all grappling with the balance of individuals' protection of their own privacy, which I think we're all for, and protecting society, which I think we're also all for. And the question is, where do we split the balance there? And for me, this bill is an easy easy cut to make, because if I care about my individual privacy and I don't want my information going in a registry, I've already been given the option to opt out when I signed the thing before the pharmacist stuck anything in my arm. I was told that I didn't have to go to a registry. So if I care about whether my information goes in a registry, I have absolute control to keep it out. What we're talking about here is whether the state should control for people who don't care whether they go in or whether they stay out. And in that case, I think the state should not interfere. I think that I would vote on the side of data collection. And you know, the other bills that we had did not have opt-out provisions. This has an absolute opt-out provision for any individual who cares about opting out. They may do so. They will not be compelled to get into this registry. So why we put the default at being out rather than in, I don't understand. I see the opt-out registry as the way of having it both ways, because if you don't care, you stay in and we get the data. And if we do care, you've got an absolute right to keep your data out. So that's my analysis of the thing. And thank you very much.
You, Representative McKay, or properly Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The people we usually respect in terms of their opinions about medical conditions all oppose this legislation. Dr. Daly from the Department of Health and Human Services, the New Hampshire Hospital Association with Paula Minahan, Dartmouth-Hitchcock Hospital opposed, the New Hampshire chapter of pediatrics opposes, and two different physicians from the New Hampshire Medical Society oppose this legislation. I think that's very important information that we should pay attention to.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Cushman, round two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So speaking to a couple of the points that were raised, the patient does have the ultimate authority to opt out of receiving a vaccine, yes, and perhaps medical data that's in the chart may be bought and sold, but this is not, we're not talking about, you know, private health providers. And frankly, I don't understand how that wouldn't violate HIPAA anyway, but I digress. The vaccine registry is, you know, this is a government surveillance and in violation of one of our constitutional amendments, articles. And it doesn't just require that every vaccination is recorded in the registry. The law currently requires even when someone declines a vaccine, that's a vaccination event. So you can say that, oh, you know, they can decline if they want to. Well, not unless they know that they can decline to have their information put in there. They decline a vaccine and you don't tell them or give them an opportunity to say, I don't want the fact that I declined submitted to the vaccine registry, they're not going to know. So that's how it would be tricking people into having their information put in there. And we already know that this registry will be used to target low vaccination rate areas to increase vaccination uptake and compliance. And since the data already includes who a person is, where they live, you know, what is to say that individuals will not then be targeted if they don't know that they can opt out and say no to a vaccine? You know, we could see this as becoming you know, quite a disagreeable arrangement for a lot of people who just want to be left alone to make decisions over their bodies and keep their health information private. So just to avoid all of that, everyone should be asked if they want their information in there, whether it's acquiescing to receiving a vaccine or declining. It should be up to them. Thank you.
Representative Knurk, round two.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think actually it was interesting because you sort of called me and then went to Representative Weber, and that was great because she made one of the points I wanted to make, and I think that's important. This is not an opt-in versus mandatory. It's opt-in versus opt-out, and that's what's so critical. But Representative Weber covered that well. You do have the choice to opt out if you care, and I agree the default should be to opt in. And the reason I say that, again, is not so much for massive state data collection. I'm really, again, looking at it more from the patient point of view. Representative Gay said, well, just keep your little card. I got an email from somebody about this bill where they were commenting about their mother with Alzheimer's who had no clue what it was that she had just had at the pharmacy. Because, again, we have poor communication back and forth. Representative Marsh made a comment about that we haven't had this and talking about pediatrics, but in pediatrics, since the vaccinations are given in the PCP office, they're not given in the pharmacies except for flu at this point. That kind of communication is not a real problem. It's there. The medical home really needs to reside in the PCP office where they know about what's going on with that patient. And if they don't have the information about what vaccinations that patient has had, it can be very tricky. So we also don't know how many people have gotten redundant vaccinations, which are just a waste of resources because they didn't know when they showed up in their PCP office. So I look at it more from the standpoint of protecting the patient with regard to being able to get good care. They don't know the importance of having a vaccine registry. So if they're asked to opt in, they're not likely to necessarily say it, and not because they're worried about their privacy. They just don't understand what this is all about. But if somebody really is worried about their privacy, they will know about it, and they're the one that can make that choice to opt out, as Representative Weber said. So I still think that it should be an opt-out program because it is far better to make that important balance, as Representative Salloway keeps talking about, between the individual and the good of the society as a whole. So I strongly disagree with this bill.
Anyone else? The question before us, House Bill 221, making the state vaccine registry an opt-in program. The motion was ought to pass. Moved by Representative Cushman, seconded by Representative Gay. Would the clerk please call the roll? Would the clerk please unmute and call the roll?
That would probably help a little bit. Sorry about that. Thank you, Chairman Pearson. Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative McMahon.
No.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Point of confusion here. I'm got distracted on yes or
Sure, you do that in the middle of a voting mode?
Yes, sorry.
Why don't you state it and I'll have to rule on it?
Well, the question being voted on is ought to pass.
If you agree with it, you vote yes. If you disagree that the vaccine registry is opt-in, you vote no.
No.
Okay, no. I hear.
Betty Gay.
Yes.
Leah Cushman.
Yes.
Beth Folsom, yes. Nikki Kelsey.
Yes.
Bill King.
Yes.
Jim Colfault.
Yes.
Lucy Weber. I'm sorry, Representative Weber. I'm starting to use your
It's
first
okay.
names.
Either way is fine. I appreciate it. And
one vote.
If I were you, I'd just use the last names and it would go quicker.
Okay.
I vote no.
Thank you. McKay.
No.
Snow. Snow.
Yes, he said no. But he should say it himself again.
Maybe we can get his attention at the end. Knirk,
Well, what about Snow? You missed Snow.
he's asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were calling McKay. Ken Snow, wake up. Ken.
Maybe someone can place a call to his home.
I'll make a
Can you
call.
call?
Yes, thank you. I'll continue with the list.
Yes, and
Well,
so my vote.
In the room, so he can vote. He
oh,
just
he's awake.
about being asleep as a disqualifier. So make the call.
Wake
now. No, he's awake now. So can you call Rep Snow again?
Yes, Rep, yes.
No, Representative Snow, we're voting on whether the plan should be opt-in or opt-out. If
Thank
you
you.
want the plan to be opt-in, you will vote yes, and if you want it to be opt-out, you will vote no.
Sorry, I had to step away for a moment.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're voting OTP.
Oh, yes.
It's on an opt-to-pass.
Opt out.
He wants an opt-out, so that would be a
Yes.
no vote.
No, that's a no.
Representative Snow, when I called that the clerk could call the vote, were you in the room?
I was across the room. Yes, I was in the room.
You were in the room.
I was doing something else at that moment.
That's legitimate, and I rule that your vote counts as you gave it.
Representative Knirk,
No.
Representative Soloway,
No.
Representative Cannon,
No.
Representative Nutter Upham,
No.
Representative Shapiro,
No.
Woods,
No.
Merchant,
No.
Pearson,
No.
that is.
I hate to cause more trouble. Point of order. I believe I voted incorrectly. I wanted to vote yes to make this opt-in. I don't know if that's too late. I would hate to put us through motion to reconsider.
It's a drop, you may change your vote.
I would like to vote yes to make it opt-in.
Okay, thank you.
And now we've got to favor the vote.
Very sorry.
Let me give a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is
Jesus.
9 to 12. The motion fails.
I would like to make an alternate.
I call on. Representative Weber?
I'd like to make an alternate motion.
I recognize Representative Weber. What is your motion?
My motion is an expedient to legislate.
And that is Representative Weber, and for the benefit of our clerk, I prefer titles in this committee, not last names only.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Too many years.
I'll second.
Second.
I recognize Representative Dr. Soloway.
Second.
Seconded, yes.
Okay.
Okay, now the motion before us is the bill is inexpedient to legislate. Moved by Representative Weber and seconded by Representative Soloway. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Acton,
No to IPL.
I'm sorry. Yes or no?
No.
No. Representative
You
Gay,
made the motion.
No.
Representative Cushman,
No.
Representative Folsom, no. Representative Kelsey,
No.
Representative King,
No.
Representative Kofalt,
No.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative McKay,
Yes.
Representative Snow,
Yes.
Representative Knirk,
Yes.
Representative Soloway,
Yes.
Representative Cannon,
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham,
Yes.
Representative Shapiro,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Merchant,
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
And the motion carries 14-7.
And who would like to write the majority report on 14? Representative
I will
Weber?
do that, Representative, Mr. Chairman.
Fine. And who would like to write the negative? Representative Cushman? Okay. I think we have time to squeeze one more in before some of you have to go to your caucus meeting. And this is Bill 143 relative to an electronic prescription drug program. And we have been holding on to this bill because Representative Merchant wished to bring back an amendment to his own bill. So the chair recognizes Representative Merchant first to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow colleagues on the committee. House Bill 143 has amendment, and the amendment I'd like to speak to is Amendment 0444H, dated on February 18th. And what this amendment does, after a conversation with the hospice community and dealing with their concerns, they raised the issue about a compounded medication when you get into hospice therapy. And having worked as a hospice pharmacist in the past, the challenges of trying to e-prescribe a prescription with multiple ingredients in it is difficult. And recognizing that, it made sense to amend the bill to exempt that. I did look at the Federal Sports Act, and in the act, it does allow for carving out hospice patients. The other request they had was not just a question about temporary inoperability of the technology, but also the access that a provider may have with a hospice patient. So those two exclusions were carved into the amendment. If you look at line 25 of the amendment, it says exactly that. A compounded medication or prescription for a hospice patient would be exempt. As well, if the provider has temporary access issue, not the technology, but access to technology, that would also be exempt. I did leave in the exemption for the veterinarians written in such a way that they're exempt until the time in which the medical board determines if the software is widely available. So they are 100% in control of when the law kicks in. When they make that determination, which is on an annual basis, they would notify the Board of Pharmacy, and at that point in time, the law would become effective. Those are the two changes that I made within the amendment to the bill. And I would ask you, also, sorry, third one, I just saw Dr. Woods, Representative Woods. He also wanted clarification about the licensing board, because it really wasn't clear in the amendment on the bill that the waiver is given by the respective licensing board overseeing the licensee. So if it's a medical practitioner, it's the medical board. If it's a dentist, it's the dental board, and so forth. So that clarified that situation, provided clarity into the language of the bill. So that was the other change that was done within the amendment as well.
Representative Merchant, I have in my notes a question asking on item number 6, which is line 24 in the amendment and 26 in the original bill. Is the reference to RSA 318B:2, Roman 6-A correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that is, I think Representative Knirk brought that to our attention before. this will become inserted into the statute once the bill goes through and becomes law.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Representative Merchant bringing forth his amendment? The amendment number is 0444H.
Mr. Chairman, may I second the amendment?
Yes, you may. That's Representative Marsh, correct?
Yes.
Should have done that first. Now we can discuss.
Yes.
Let's call it into the discussion point. Anyone wish to, Representative Marsh?
Yes, I would just like to say that this bill brings New Hampshire in line with federal law, which is currently being not enforced due to some circumstances around the COVID-19 pandemic. The federal requirement for Category 2 drugs to be done electronically was put in place to combat diversion, and I think that's entirely appropriate. And the two exemptions put in here by amendment make the bill workable for the veterinarians and for the hospice patients. And so therefore, I support both the amendment and the underlying bill.
Anyone else?
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Merchant.
Thank you. Also, following up on the bill itself, piggybacking on to Representative Marsh's thing about the federal law, the date in which this becomes effective is the same time in which the CMS is going to enforce, if you will, the regulation for electronic prescribing under Part D, which is again is January 1st, 2022. So that coincide with the federal law. We're not trying to impose something at the state level before the federal law kicks in.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the matter before us is Amendment 2021-0444H, moved by Representative Merchant, second by Representative Marsh, as an amendment to House Bill 143. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Marsh,
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Acton,
Yes.
Representative Gay,
Yes.
Representative Cushman,
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey,
Yes.
Representative King,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative McKay,
Yes.
Representative Snow,
Yes.
Representative Knirk,
Yes.
Representative Soloway,
Yes.
Representative Cannon,
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham,
Yes.
Representative Shapiro,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Merchant,
Yes.
Representative Pearson,
Yes.
and that passes 21.
Now that becomes part of the amended bill. And the chair will entertain a motion on House Bill 143 as amended. Representative Merchant, do you have a motion?
I have a motion to make. I'd make a motion not to pass with amendment.
A second.
Second,
Who's that, please?
Representative Marsh.
I should know your voice by now.
That's okay. I understand.
Further discussion. No, I'm the chair. The clerk, that's you. May call the roll.
I'm sure I'm unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Marsh,
Votes yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Acton,
Yes.
Representative Gay,
Yes.
Representative Cushman,
No.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey,
Yes.
Representative King,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
No.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative McKay,
Yes.
Representative Snow,
Yes.
Representative Knirk,
Yes.
Representative Soloway,
Yes.
Representative Cannon,
Yes.
Representative Nutter Upham,
Yes.
Representative Shapiro,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Merchant,
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
It passes 21-2.
Don't think so.
Me.
Who'd I miss?
You're not 23 people.
There's not 23 people.
Oh, sorry, 19-2. It's been a long day, folks.
It has, and it will go on the regular calendar. Just a few little matters here. The two bills that are sitting here in my exec file.
Excuse me, can I Chairman, can I know who's doing the reports, please?
Oh, of course. Well, I'm thinking Representative Merchant would like to write the bus report, and it's a toss-up between two people to write the minority report, and either one of you or none of you may do so.
I can do that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, and thank you for the point of order. It's been a long day, somebody said. All right, just a few little housekeeping items. I would, we had a bill that we could have executed, but we are going to wait for Representative Comtois to come back to us and see what we can do with it. The other two bills that could be executed right now are House Bill 572, which has a big amendment that basically changes everything. I'm not sure we will have time to do it in about 15 minutes, and ditto on House Bill 157. So since I know my colleagues from the other party would like, or some of them at least, would like to go to their caucus, I don't want to get in the way of that. So unless anybody has any business to bring before us at the moment.
What about 131? Is Representative Woods ready on that one yet?
Well, Representative Woods is an adult and you can ask him, and I'm sure he'll give you a very good answer.
No, I said that's fine.
I'm sorry, sir? Say again?
That's fine.
It's fine. Would you, I'm not sure what you're asking me. Would you like us to go forward? Would it take about 15 minutes? Or would you like to wait to execute?
15.
I'm not sure about 15 minutes. There may be a discussion.
Okay, fine.
Because of the nature of the discussion may get extended.
Okay.
We'll give it the attention it deserves, okay? That in mind, you've got the dates for going forward, and I will let you know probably late this afternoon what we will be doing a week from Monday. And with that, we're.
Pardon me, there's a hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Jerry here.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Chair, yes. We never decided who would handle that amendment on 605. The most logical person to do that would be me. I've already reached out to Mike Holt and started some preliminary conversation about that. So I can manage that. If someone else has something they want to put in or, discuss it with me, obviously let me know. But otherwise, I'll work on getting that put together.
Well, since you are probably the most logical person many of us know, that is the most logical thing for you to do.
Right. I'll do it.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to thank you for giving us the numbers of who signed in pro and who signed in con. I'm the pest that was requesting that. I just felt like on many occasions, I've told people that that's what they could do to have their voices heard. And then I feel a deep sense of guilt when we don't do that. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And I will we don't know that what their voices were. So I appreciate your starting to do that. I hope we can make that I understand that those numbers are often skewed by advocacy groups who are very active, but I still think it's part of the democratic process, and I appreciate you attempting to do that.
Well, Representative Shapiro, on one condition is when I get ahead of steam and forget to do it, I would like you to jump in and remind me, please.
Behind the scene.
I'll try to.
Okay. Or anybody else can. And to the question of how many people have been signing up from all over the place, I get printouts with, sometimes I get printouts with the city and state the person is signing in from. On other occasions, I just get phone numbers with area codes, which can be a little tricky. And so far, most of the people who have signed up on all the things we've done today are New Hampshire people. Not that other people don't have a point of view, but I get a little nervous when there's a groundswell moving into New Hampshire from all over the place just to try to tell us what to do. Okay, anybody else? The hammer's ready to fall.
Mr. Chairman,
Well, yes, sir.
the committee report, when do they do?
Probably by sundown tomorrow. I mean, this is grace purely because it used to be you can't leave the room before they're done, but I don't want to disrupt what's going on in your house. So by sundown tomorrow, will be fine. Okay, I see a clerk wave.
Yeah, just everybody, when you're tucking yourself into bed tonight, just think about the fact that I'm still up doing all these reports. So if I look blurry-eyed tomorrow when I come and I want to hug you because I've never met you before, and I'll restrain myself, at least say something like, "Oh, you look chipper."
Yes, we will, and thank you for doing it.
Yeah, or a hug or an elbow bump or whatever. Yeah.
Something, yeah.
We're getting closer and closer now to the. Okay, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you all, and a special thanks to the clerk for doing
Yes.
a job that is unbelievably important and never thanked enough.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Beth.
I'm just teasing you guys.
Nobody has to thank me. You're lucky.
What can I say? I'm funnier than you.
Whoa.
Just a reminder that they really want us to leave because apparently in the past, we've been so funny that other people want to transfer into this committee and it's causing a problem in the speaker's office. So good night, everyone.
Yes. Sorry I won't be with you tomorrow. I wish I could be, I'll tell you that. But I'll be watching you all on live stream.
You didn't get a shot?
We'll give you some awards for how well you spoke on our causes.
So they didn't respect your shot?
No, they did not. No, they did not. Well, I'm still under a restriction. I cannot be physically present in a meeting of more than 10 people, even if they're all masked and socially distanced. So that's a pretty high bar to get to. I am going to complete my vaccinations next Tuesday, the 2nd. They come around to the apartment to do it. And then 14 days after that, which is the day before St. Patrick's Day, 16th, I'll have finished. I'm going to go to the powers that be and see if that's sufficient to get me to go in person. I'm hoping it will be. And if it isn't, I may drink a little more green beer on the 17th than I ordinarily do.
Had a tent in the building.
I was hoping that they'd allow us, those of us that are really under some strict guidelines, to attend in a separate room or something, but that all got washed away with it. I do think that, I don't know if any of you watched the proceedings, but our legal team really did a heck of a job. They spent hours and hours and hours trying to put a case together, and they did a remarkable job. But, you know, they knew it was a heavy lift because trying to talk the courts into over telling the legislature how to do its business is a very heavy lift.
Well, it's a shame, Ken. Your perspective is always welcome, and you should be able to vote. Not happy with how that turned out.
Oh, I'm certainly not. I wish I could do my job, but what can you do? I tried. That's all you can do. The interesting thing is, apparently, from what the clerk told me, at the last session, there were 44 people absent. 34 were Democrats and 10 were Republicans. Now, I don't know if the 10 Republicans were not there for the same reasons I wasn't there, or if they were just ill or something like that. I don't really know, but it's interesting that at least it was a little more bipartisan who didn't show up than I would have imagined.
I find from the various work, we are having.
You all have a
I'm gonna
good
be
night.
ending the
Have a good
meeting. I
day
just didn't want to
tomorrow.
cut
I'll be
you off.
cheering you on.
Thank you.